Hi, everyone.
I have a complaint. Max did not dance. Our theme song is now ruined. He did not dance. There was no head bopping, nothing. Even Chris Gore was like,
we always dance to the theme song backstage, and she sees us. Well,
I can see you.
She didn't know that I danced at the time, and now she knows, and now everyone has to.
Max to be fair, last time when we were with Johnny, and I think it was the time of the month, and we had like a huge panel. Actually, I was like enthralled because I was like, okay, who made this? Did you guys make this? Is this stock footage? Like, but everything like it looked so good. So I was just like looking at the screen.
Who do you
like,
think made it?
Who do you think made it?
I don't know.
He's like, I don't know.
Because like I said, it looks really professional, but there's a part of me that's like, maybe the label on the wine bottle is just photoshopped, or did I see like Tuggs's hand actually opening the wine bottle? You know what I mean?
That would have been cool.
Well, yeah, who freaking knows?
Chat, who made the intro?
I'm gonna tell you, it's the same guy who used to edit our Mario Kart videos. Ivan Ortega, Mexican.
Our Mexican.
He made it. We were like, Ivan, I think maybe you can just throw like wine. It's called Poor Choices, and he came up with that masterpiece. And she and I were like,
when he said it, I was like, oh, that is amazing.
Well, shouts out to Ivan. Man is talented.
Ivan is for all of your editing needs. He only charges $100 a minute. It's fine. I'm kidding.
Frank, if Perry made it, there would have been some joke in
there.
There
would have
been like memes.
My wine glass would have been knocked over. Remember when I spilled?
And then us, like, we'd be like, it would be us at the meetup. Actually, the two of us, literally.
Oh, no.
That would have been there. It would have been the photo. He would have asked me to send a photo like, oh, you're having guests on, you're having Max on. What's a good photo of him? And I just sent the photo that I have in our hotel room. And
that photo does not exist.
The heck out of that. And poor Max would just hate life right now. So that's where we're at.
Max has already made some poor choices coming on the stream.
Accidentally.
No, that's not true. Gary did admonish me, like, or abolish me, like, on FNT right after he was like, yeah, everyone go sub to his channel. And then X-Ray goes, yeah, and he's coming on Poor Choices, and he goes, never mind. I retract everything I said.
To be fair, Chris is coming too, and I did say that.
Yeah,
which I was like, hey.
Okay. We want just some stupid stuff. Okay, I want to hear it from Gary.
I learned that Gary watched the Vampire Diaries. Just saying.
He's no longer allowed to make fun of you.
He has Melissa though. Like he has Melissa to watch it with. That's an excuse.
He probably enjoyed it. Let's be honest here.
Sure, why not? I mean, he does get to watch. What's her name? The woman who's in Daredevil.
Jennifer Garner?
No. The Daredevil show, the Netflix Daredevil show. I don't know what her name is. If I don't know if anyone in chat knows, but
there's Nina Dobrev. Who's Purdy, but she's not in Daredevil. True Blood. Look, if we're going to talk vampire stories, okay, True Blood is the superior. I'm just gonna
Well, True Blood is like an adult version of a vampire story, and Vampire Diaries is a teenage version.
Yeah, so the drama is better because there's eggplants involved.
Drama or eggplants kind of and drama go hand in hand.
Wait. It's not an eggplant for Usman. It's the yummy.
The yummy. There's yummy involved. On
yummy.
Also, there's the most important thing. Joe Manganiello.
I mean, Alex Skarsgård's pretty good looking too.
Look, I was team werewolf to begin with anyway. Okay, thanks Twilight, you stupid piece of crap literature. But I was always team werewolf to begin with, and then True Blood was like, oh, you like werewolves? Let me introduce you to Joe Manganiello, man guy. And I was like, please bite me, please. Like, I beg you. It's fine. I'm here for it.
That's fair. Absolutely. That's fair.
And then he got Sofia Vergara, and the world wept on both ends. The men and the women. We all cried. It was great.
I don't know. I actually, because if Sofia Vergara were to find anyone, Joe Manganiello is the guy. You know what I mean? Like it is. They are a power couple. I feel like
they're a pretty power couple. Both very good looking.
Physically, yes, but then you find out he's a huge
Nerd.
Huge. Got bullied for it in school. Huge. Dungeons and Dragons player. And then you go, hold on, wait. I have questions.
But like,
she loves it. She loves it. His birthday a couple of years ago, I follow him on Twitter. His birthday a couple of years ago, she threw him like a D&D themed birthday party, like an adult version. There were no kids or anything. It was like for their friends and stuff. Like there's a cake. There was all the stuff. She has no idea. She says all the time. She's like, I have nothing for. I don't know. I picked the pretty character. If he needs somebody, and she's like, I don't know. He just does stuff, and the character's fine.
But you know what?
He loves it, so she loves it. You know what I mean? And like,
yeah.
What?
What would you rather your man do? Play Dungeons and Dragons or go out partying till like 10 a.m. in the morning? I think that answer's pretty easy.
He's not Ximena. Jeez.
Well, I mean, who knows? I'm just saying people party harder when they have the access to cash.
That's true.
There's
I never in my life would have guessed that. Never.
There's a great TikTok. It's either a TikTok or it was a Vine or something. I forget which platform it was on, but it was like one of those ones where it's like, you know, when you think like when you're wondering like, oh, what's my man doing or whatever. I wonder if my man's cheating.
Oh, yes.
And then she like opens the door and it's this dude who has an Iron Man helmet on and the Thanos like Infinity Gauntlet.
Yes.
And he like turns around and just like turns the Infinity Gauntlet on. And I was like, that would be me in my spare time, in my free time.
So what you're saying is that's Max if you date him. Ladies. If you're looking.
Ladies.
You guys don't have any problem. You guys won't have any issues. I mainly stay in here for the most part.
So just worry about how much he's gonna drink every time his camera like turns off.
True.
Have a good day at work.
Hi.
Drive careful.
Maybe he's still playing Elden Ring.
Stop.
Jesus.
God, I almost
Hi,
screamed.
Mark. Wait, I haven't met Mark yet. I'm so upset.
If you come to Vegas, you're gonna
If
meet
you come
Mark.
to the erotic meetup, you'll meet him.
Of course. Is it even a question if I'm going to be there?
Look, I don't know. We might have scared you off last time.
Yeah, that's true.
True, but you guys made a name for yourselves, and I need to see that again because who knows what's going to happen this time.
And maybe we finalized who we're rooming with. I get to maybe room with my wife and my husband.
As long as Johnny and I have a room together, I don't care who anyone rooms
with. But maybe we can work something out with a common idiot and put two Marines in a room together. It'll be fun.
There we go. Yeah,
yes.
Now we're talking.
Can we actually get adjoining rooms? I would love that.
Oh my god, we're gonna have way too much fun.
Let's just get a suite based.
Well, I technically haven't booked yet, but
get a connecting room. We're considering the. I'm just like throwing our lives out here. We're considering a hotel, and I'm not going to name names, but that might be controversial. Sigrid and Roy went there.
Yeah,
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Eric for $2 says, "You mean I have to hang out with MVP again?"
I'm so excited for that. It's going to be chaos. The end of July is going to be chaos. I'm going to be in Hawaii the last weekend of July. And then the Nerdrotic meetups is like a week later. And then like a week after that, the GinaCarano.net people are going to come here and party with me. And I'm just like, I'm tired. It hasn't happened yet, but I'm exhausted.
Well, you can sleep when you're dead.
Yep, that's a great. Yep.
Cheers to that.
Andrew Matthews with 2. That's English pounds, right? Yeah, 2 English pounds. We all saw all of Mark earlier today. For those who weren't there in my Twitch stream, Mark decided during my first partnered stream to come and open the door in a towel.
It's a lot, so.
And then after that, in his boxers.
Are you talking about you or me? Because I am technically. But are you talking about yourself? Ooh, hello. Ah!
Yeah. That is the comment that wins the night, boys. We're bringing our silkies. We're wearing them.
We're going to get adjoining rooms. There's going to be silkies everywhere. It's going to be a party.
Oh my god, can I get a pair of silkies too? I wanted to say MV. Like I literally wanted to say MVP and at the bottom Ness.
Yes, you have to make silkies. You have to. I don't know if you can, but you have to. I'm sure you can.
Yeah, I can definitely. Well, because you can buy them at like the Marine Corps Exchange and stuff like that. And then I can maybe, either try and do a laser print or something like actually bring them to a place that could put on like letters that might be able to embroider MV penis or something on silkies. But that would be pretty fun. Just throwing them out, just handing them out to everyone, just like you get a silky, you get a silky.
Pink one. I want one.
Those would have to be booty shorts because silkies are different than booty shorts.
Okay, fine. Hi, I just subscribed
Matt.
to you.
Yes, everybody go subscribe to Matt, and also obviously Max as well. Max and Matt.
No, I defer to Matt.
M&Ms.
Yeah, Matt and Max.
I'm here with
Have we shipped another relationship?
Watch out, Johnny!
Johnny, you have to fight for my heart.
Not coming for you, Johnny. MVP Silky. See, look at. Oh, I'm so here for this.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. But yeah,
Wow.
I mean,
oh, sorry.
Ooh, Southern Belle.
That seems a little warm for Vegas, though.
Yeah, we're gonna. Yeah.
Like perfect for Canada. Like, look at how those two are dressed. Sorry, those two are dressed. And then I'm here wearing long sleeve and like, I'm freezing.
It's freaking 80 degrees here right now. Ugh, help.
Yeah, Southern Belle, talk to me on Instagram or Twitter, because maybe if we do a winter line, the boys got to stay warm in the winter. You know what I mean?
True.
So if we do some knit silkies or something, yeah, you got to make sure. Great merch idea.
I love it. The Marines in the chat are like, yeah! all one of them.
Great merch idea, terrible wardrobe idea, because you'll see lots of malfunctions if you move around too much. But
wait, I think I should Google what a silky is, because I have never actually seen it.
Oh God, the FBI agent's gonna be like,
oh, it's chickens, silky chickens.
No,
that's the first thing that came up.
Type in like Marine Corps silkies or something.
Can I just show you guys what a silky chicken is? It's actually so cute.
Oh,
because it's they look like they've grown too much hair. Like, look at this one.
I want one. What would I do with it? I don't know, but I want one. Look at
just let him comb his hair and it's so cute.
Look at the ones with the little those look like the little cupcake things with the dresses. Yeah. Or little coffee filters. That's hilarious. It looks like they have fur, not feathers.
Yeah.
I want one. I want a floofy chicken. What would I do with a floofy chicken? I don't even know. But I want one.
Eggies.
Yeah, what are its eggs like? That's crazy.
You think they're floofy?
They look like they're like in the 80s or something.
Yeah, they got froze on them.
Oh my God, Tyler! I don't even know if I want to pull that up.
Wow. Okay, Johnny and Max, if the two of you are together, in baseball terms, who's the pitcher and who's the catcher?
Who's quarterback?
Who's the wide receiver?
This is getting really intimate, guys.
Wow. I like that reference.
I think Johnny and I are both giving lovers, which means that we we give and take. You know, we both are place. I'm digging myself a grave here now.
Yeah, you are.
But Johnny, forgive me. I was trying to do a bit. They don't
disclose their the nature of the relationship.
We keep it to ourselves. How about that, Tyler?
Do I have enough wine for this? I don't think I do.
Anyway, so introductions. Hi, I'm XY Girl. This is Hugs.
Oh, right.
15 minutes later, yeah.
Sorry. And this is Max Field Von Priestley.
Still here after all that.
Sorry.
And also, no, I'm not sorry, but thank you. And hit the subscribe button if you haven't already.
So we are here to talk about 90 Day Fiance. Chris Gore is live, I think, right now on Film Threat, and he's going to come over after they're done. So we'll see him soon, and then we can continue talking about it, because there is a lot to talk about. Wow, Mark is saying 0 Foxtrot makes you look
like a collab. Do they do custom ones? Like you could collab with them like Jay does with 9line?
Mark, my silkies may or may not be 0 Foxtrot. And those are the only ones I get, honestly. 0 Foxtrot is like peak.
I love it.
Peak
peak
silky.
Peak Silkies, peak like merch. Honestly, they've got some really good stuff.
I did
I have a lot of their shirts.
I did a series of Mark Zero shirts on Twitter to make fun of Mark. Is there a Mark Zero out there? There is a Mark Zero, I think.
Yeah,
Mark
what does that
Zero.
sound familiar? Mark Zero.
Yeah.
It was Mike
Okay,
Zero.
so
Shoot, I'm not
silkies
sure.
are shorts. I thought it was actual like underwear.
No, I know they're little like booty shorts, but for guys.
So you can technically use them as underwear. Like my friends and I would sometimes just rock silkies as underwear because like if you do like a training event or a mission where you're having to get like in like going in the water or where you're having to do quick changes of like different uniforms or something like that where you want to have silkies on just all the time, you basically would just be able to do a quick change. So I would always like have silkies on underneath my like
So
uniform.
I need to ask a question. Is it just shorts or do they have like an underwear built in them?
Or like a
Some
Because how do
have-
you not fall out?
Right. Some have lining. And so the lining is basically what holds as I'm going like this. It holds it together. Yeah. So the lining is there to do that. Some guys just cut the lining because they're like, oh, it's too restrictive. But I'm just like, dude, then you have
You
then
don't
they're
fall out.
boxers. It's like nothing more than just So the lining is what kind of keeps everything tip top shape.
I'm on
Interesting.
Zero Foxtrot's website right now, and there's a photo of these particular ones that I picked up, and this guy's doing a back squat, and they are very short.
They are very
yeah.
short. That's why I said they look like booty shorts. I have a pair of silkies from Lululemon. Many of them.
Oh God,
They're
I don't
called
think they
runner
count.
shorts. They're runner shorts. Oh,
They really are pretty much runner shorts.
is this
'Cause
like
that's
a
what-
marine thing that like Marines wear silkies and maybe
Uh,
Canadian Army because Mark knows about them?
I think it's
Maybe it's
just a
military.
military thing. I know Army and Marine Corps for sure. Navy and Air Force, I don't know if they are like as in love with the idea. The construction
Well,
holds
the
it
Air Force
together.
gets enough
Flack is it,
flack
yeah.
is the word I'm going for. Okay, but without them wearing, but that'd be like the Navy coming in a bunch of booty shorts. Like,
Oh my god. I'm looking at the website I pulled up of all the couples and now silkies are in my ads.
yes, I want a pair. I'm looking at some
I
of these
didn't.
shorts on girls. Like a lot of the photos are a bunch of girls. I'm like, man, I want a pair. I got a bigger butt than she does. Those will fit me real good.
But I feel like there's gonna be like a pocket for the front, and that's so uncomfortable.
No, it's fine. You've never worn. I have male boxers on right now. They're fine.
I don't like the male pocket. It's weird. It's too loose.
It just. Oh, I'm not far enough away. Hold on.
Those are your trademark streaming
Those are cute.
shorts.
Those
I
are
love
cute.
It's got Batman, Superman on the front, and Flash and Green Lantern on the back. And but
Love
it's got the button.
it. Tug's got a lot of men on her shorts.
There isn't even a button.
Yeah.
It's just a hole. But I never have a problem with it like coming open or anything.
Those are like real boxers. I guess the things I wore were boxer briefs, and those are.
Oh yeah, you got to be careful with the boxer briefs. You got to
Yeah.
be careful. With
Why?
the boxer.
No, for a girl,
For-
like it just feels weird.
Oh,
They don't.
well,
fit
because you
us
have a pocket
the same
there for boxer briefs.
way. They
Yeah.
don't fit us the same way, and they're tighter. So like mine, the pair I have, for instance, they tend to bunch. In like the crotch area, like where the thigh meets the V, they tend to bunch there because they're just not designed for like hips because you guys aren't normally hippie or pretty straight, and so it'll bunch and like the hole will open and it gets uncomfortable. It's just like I'm never wearing these in public. It's cool. Like these I would wear to run to the grocery store real quick.
Oh,
Definitely not.
wow, that's bold.
Oh my
That
God.
is bold.
I love
it.
these. I've had them for forever. I got them at Kmart. And they don't sell them anymore. I think they're probably about 8 years old now. Anyway.
Mhm.
That's great.
Anywho.
Anywho.
Anywho, other
Spent a
than
whole 20 minutes talking about
yeah.
silky.
I'm glad that
Exactly.
this has become a trend because I'm glad that like there are people in our chat who like know about, because if I were to just keep talking about this and everyone were like, dude, stop, like no one gets silkies, no one knows what they are, At least I have like Mark and a common idiot, Matt, and like Tyler and Shield Wall and guys like that who are backing me up and going, yeah, silkies are fine. Eric even said that Air Force silkies are comfortable. Eric, I don't know, brother. I didn't even know Air Force had silkies. But
Me neither.
Eric, are you Air Force?
Did I miss that memo? I must have. Is this isn't what? I mean, you know who wore silkies? Top Gun in the volleyball scene. One of the guys has silkies on. Not that I watched
not that you've watched that scene multiple times or anything. But.
Everybody's like, Tom Cruise is so pretty. And I'm like, meanwhile, Val Kilmer,
I should watch that movie.
Have you never seen it?
Are you surprised, Tugs? Are you surprised?
Honestly, on that one, yeah, I am. Because I feel like that movie is a rite of passage for a lot of women who have guy friends. They're like, oh, you've never seen Top Gun? Let me just play Top Gun for you. Because they know that the men are pretty.
Oh, I didn't have time to watch movies as a kid. Not really.
I can't wait for Maverick. I'm so excited.
Ooh, Sean says my buddy in the Air Force has them. Okay.
All right. Well, there you go. Learn something new every day.
And yes, sorry, Dermy. Sorry, let me just address this.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
No, true.
Basically, this is G and F and T and all that stuff. We derail. It takes a while to get through introductions. I mean, we did it eventually. I'm feeling attacked right now.
My channel is Poor Choices Under Attack, guys.
I saw a funny meme where it was like, I'm under a space tack, and it's like a little drawn character and attack on top.
That's good.
Wait, how do I do can you do polls on here? How do I do that?
You'll have to do it under the Poor Choices account. What do you want?
Oh, I was gonna say, have you seen Top Gun? Look at all these people. I haven't seen Top Gun. I've never seen Top Gun. What is wrong with all of you? What kind of child
like me?
What is this awful childhood every single one of you has had? Like, why?
I want to see who's seen it and who hasn't. Wow!
But
it's glorious?
Oh, it's
Mark,
glorious.
I have questions.
It's glorious because it gives off those vibes, but every single one of those men are straight.
To be fair, I would actually argue that the scene from Zoolander when they're at the gas station. And
that is
like that one is amazing.
That might win it. Actually, it is on
that
Netflix
one
now.
takes.
If anybody still has Netflix, Top Gun's on Netflix now.
We should. I like this. Where is it? Watch party. Who had this? Oh, Soul Assassin. Top Gun watch party.
Yes. You guys are gonna watch me drool over Val Kilmer. He's my favorite.
Sorry, Mark, for the drooling.
I learned how to flip a pen.
Is he your favorite Batman then?
He's my favorite Bruce Wayne.
Hmm.
I'm my favorite Batman. I can't put my finger on a Batman, but he's my favorite Bruce Wayne. I love him as Bruce Wayne.
Okay.
I used to visit. I watched all of these things too, Corey. What?
Okay. I've been called out that I need to watch Raiders of the Lost Ark. I will. I'm still going through Star Wars. Okay.
I'm trying to get her to watch Firefly, Buffy, all of it.
It's a lot of work. Okay, guys. I work like a ridiculous hours.
Yeah, the Raiders of the Lost Ark and Temple of Doom. I would, in my personal opinion, I probably would have watched those before Star Wars. However, because our fellowship is rooted in so much Star Wars, it makes sense that you start there.
That's why I started with it, because I was like, okay, I gotta watch 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, and unfortunately, I'm gonna try to get through 7, 8, 9 without killing myself.
If we want to do a watch party for those, it might be a little bit less,
like 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, it would be maybe a little bit less because now we can laugh at them. Initially, it's like the stages of grief. Oh wow, yeah. Mark,
let him go.
Fair enough. All right, fair enough.
We also got saddled with a Schumacher movie that was edited by the studio.
Let me see that.
But isn't everything now? I mean, like, look at what.
Yeah, but this was 1995.
Oh, you know what? Okay, so Val Kilmer was my first Batman, and probably my favorite in terms of what I remember as a kid. And I have to say this. I was obsessed with Batman and was in love with him as a kid.
I want to see this video.
Wow, Johnny, you have some competition, by the way.
Oh yeah,
dude.
Johnny, meet Matt, meet Johnny. You got
to win my heart over, brother. We got some competition in the comment section here.
We're doing
a common idiot.
Live.
90 Day
Yeah.
Fiancé.
Wait, so who's gonna give the rose to?
You!
I'm the one who has the roses.
You have a common idiot and Johnny 64 vying for your attention right now. Look at that.
For me.
Or do you
Who
want to
else
do
wants
it
to be on the
old-fashioned way,
show?
just have him fight for you, like literally. Just...
Oh my god, can you guys do a mud wrestling fight? I want to see that.
In
And film it.
silkies.
Can we
In
stream it up
selfies.
for
Yeah.
choices though?
Yep.
Can we stream it up?
Only if the ladies of G&G do the same thing.
Oh, we've done it. Tugs and I.
You guys
Get
did a
drunk.
pillow fight, and that's not fair because only a few of us saw it in Vegas. Okay.
In our silkies.
Yeah, okay. You have to ask Drunk 3PO for the footage because he still won't give it to us. I don't understand why. I don't understand why.
I don't even remember how that started. Him getting the footage. I don't remember even how
He's
that.
just
I think
like,
somebody
I'm
in
gonna
chat-
live stream
I have the
it.
footage. I think he said it. He was like, I have the video. We're like, oh, okay. I know, right? Like a old-fashioned duel to the death.
Yeah, I guess what we're gonna have to do, Front Porch Conservative, is like we'll just get we'll get like we'll open up like a sheet like on Twitter. We'll just say, hey, DM me if you want to be entered into the rose giving contest, and then we'll do streams like this, and then we'll have like a panel of like 8 people, and they'll all we'll all do like kind of like a dating speed round dating. We'll just kind of cycle people out, and then at the
They'll
end
go
of the
on
stream,
dates and have
Yeah.
romantic moments.
and then it'll be like 90 Day Fiance, but like after the 90 days, and then in Vegas we'll film whoever it is that won, and him and I hanging out
Oh
in
my
Vegas.
god, Drunk 3PO can officiate the marriage.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on, time out. I think that he might actually be certified, so that
No,
might
he
be
is.
better. No, wait, hold on.
Is gay marriage legal in Vegas though?
Yeah.
Tugs, I think you would know.
Oh,
Okay.
please.
All
Of
right.
all places, yeah.
Fair enough. Fair
Oh
enough.
my god, Hokies. I love that you know this. Will there be a boom boom room?
Of
Heck
course.
yes. We're
Of
getting
course.
a suite in Vegas, by the
Yeah.
way. So we'll let you borrow the bed. We'll ask the the daily turn service to change the sheets for us.
Oh my lord. Yeah,
Oh
Johnny's
my
gonna
God!
throw down, dude.
He's gonna
Poor
throw
Matt.
down. Wow.
Johnny is
I don't
gonna
know,
win
Johnny.
my
Matt's
heart
got
over.
military training. You might have to step up your game a little bit.
Johnny has he's good with guns too.
Oh, no guns.
After this.
That's not fair.
So Johnny and I have a special bond because we've met each other and seen each other and done streams, but the Matt has got a real good chance because Matt is a prior Marine
Yeah.
and he's got he also has a YouTube channel that talks similar things. Matt's he's
But
on his way
sometimes
up too.
opposites attract too. Can't just love everything the same.
What's interesting though is that Johnny and I don't think have a lot of opposites because I think he and I are similar in a couple different. Like I know he's just as passionate about basketball as I am about comics, and I love that about him.
Mhm.
So.
Aw, he
Yeah.
loves Johnny already.
Bye,
Bye,
Tyler.
Tyler.
Thanks for starting this complete crap storm.
Thanks, Tyler. I appreciate
All
it,
your
brother. Have a great night, man. Thanks for being
I
here.
would love to do a stream with Johnny, Matt, and Max and
Oh my God,
facilitate this.
He's not even here to defend himself. Where did he go? Matt, get back.
Damn, that is
Wow.
cold. He said he's gonna win at all costs. I appreciate it, brother. My man is coming through.
Wow. Literally, Johnny is a size queen,
Oh my
clearly.
God. I'm going to text him right now.
Queen.
Bruh, you need to come defend your honor.
Bruh.
Choi for $5 says X-Ray and Tugs. What's happening? Houston, aka Scrooston, is in the building. I have to show support for poor choices. I don't know why I did that. Thank you,
Thanks,
Chewy.
Thank you, Chewy.
Wow.
Yeah, thank you guys for supporting these ladies. It's been so cool to be on their channel and even in their Twitches. Like their Twitch shows are so much fun. So
Oh, I just added a couple of new emotes. Speaking of Twitch, I just added a couple
I'm
of
so
new emotes, and I took X-Ray
Ooh.
Girl's advice and added a new channel, like point reward, where I rant about something.
Yes. Thank
Excellent.
you. Thank you.
How many
I'm like,
channel points?
5,000. Which it might be high. I started high.
Ooh.
I'll
No,
leave
no,
I'll
no. That's
adjust it, but
No,
That's
because
fair.
like a rant could take a while.
that's
Yeah.
true.
Find a
Well,
rant
and then
topic.
like I wanted to go high because I didn't want it to be like I like our drink wine things where it's like every 5 seconds because I rant a while. I do.
It's good to know. It's very good to know.
Are you a sub?
Oh my God.
MVP?
Is he
Do you
getting
think
red?
Do you think the MVP-ness is a sub? Come on, guys.
Absolutely not.
Come on.
No way. There's no way. What now I have this like weird vision of you guys like fighting for control, and that's just awkward.
Both just hands on our throats, each like.
Yeah. No me. No me.
There can be two bears in a relationship. There's nothing wrong with that.
Oh my God.
Oh, so you're calling each other two bears. You're so cute.
No, that's
Two
not.
bears-
That's not.
Two bears, one cave, right?
She doesn't know.
Wait, what?
That's a term. It's a term. You have your bears and your
Wow.
what's the other word? I don't know what the other one is.
You've
You have-
got bears, twinks, and otters.
yes.
Bears are like Johnny and I, hairy, maybe a little bit bigger in stature. Your twinks are more feminine, clean shaven, very put together, normally a little bit smaller. And then
Mm.
your otters are a little bit of both. They're kind of like they're well put together, maybe have some facial hair or whatever, but they're kind of the in between of the bear and the twink. I'm just gonna do
So,
this.
wow, you got a bear? Wow.
I love that you know so much about this.
Of course.
Like,
So,
I have
yeah.
questions.
I'm
None
guys,
of them
I'm
are
so-
appropriate for on stream, but I have questions.
guys, I'm so woke. It's crazy because
Mark. Okay, so new plan.
Thank
extra
you, Mark.
Mark and Max are now rooming together, and you and I'll share a room.
Yeah,
because-
that's true. Yeah, you know what?
Yeah.
An otter and a bear, or maybe two bears and an otter? Like,
Whoa.
that might
Who knows?
work.
I don't know.
Mark, are you ready for this Vegas trip?
It's true. My Arm & Hammer rant did go on for a while.
Yeah.
That's very true. I'm going to keep the 5,000 points.
I do have to watch what I say though, because Ethan Klein from H3H3 just got like freaking crushed on his channel for doing something similar that I'm doing right now, which is basically like, I don't know, like poking fun at kind of the relationships in like homosexual relationships or whatever, but it's all in good fun and it's all like in love. You know what I mean? I would never do this to be vindictive or anything towards them. So yeah, but H3, he just got demolished by his fan base.
That sucks. Because
was
you're not
horrible.
wrong. Like there are terms. Like I've even heard of it, but I didn't know about the otter thing. I've heard of a twink and I've heard of a bear, but I didn't know about the other one. So see, now I'm learning things. Untamable and I are both learning a lot right now.
I feel like I've learned a lot. Yeah, you're right. This
Yeah.
has been an educational stream.
So
9-Day Fiance brought to you by
I'm
Watch
so
my
sorry,
bears.
guys. I've kept this off topic for such a long time. I apologize.
Well, and to be fair, there has been one gay couple on 90-Day Fiance that I know of. There's the two girls, so I guess we're learning a little bit about two males.
back in
Maybe
the day.
one day they will bring two males, and now I know that there are kind of like a subculture within the
Mhm.
gay / possibly lesbian community. I think that's educational. It's not a bad thing.
No, not at all. I do. I think Dermy Wormy said, "I don't live by the woke sword," and that's true. And that's what Ethan's demise was essentially. Was that he kowtows to like this whole Twitter mob like crowd of like apologizing and trying to be favorable to like every side or like being like redacting, like taking off the Jordan Peterson podcast and stuff like that. And when you do that, exactly like you said, dude, it's like they're gonna come after you at some point unless you have a stance and in principle. And so unfortunately, that's what happened to him. But
Oh my god.
Bye, Johnny.
Hi,
my
Johnny.
liquid.
Thanks for
What color is your
Wait.
liquid, Johnny?
I guess I'll find out soon, Johnny.
watch this cartoon. Like it just goes like the whole point is to just spray everybody with paint. I guess it's paint. It just
Yeah.
everywhere. It's what I was like, what the heck is this game?
Altus
Um,
means bear man in Celtic, just saying.
Oh, that's cool. I like that, dude.
Actress?
That's
Cool.
badass.
MVP
Actress is
Actress, or how is it pronounced? Actress?
Atlas?
Speaking of old-fashioned languages, anybody else really excited for The Northman this weekend?
Oh, I want to see it, but I have no time.
Yeah. As soon as I get back from Arizona, I'm going to literally going. I'm excited.
hell yeah, that's gonna be rad.
So I just wanted to address this poll 13 minutes ago. For we got 66% yes, 34% no.
Ha! Yeah, loot.
So kind of mixed staged, or mixed yeses and nos. And so maybe we'll do a Top Gun watch party as well as a Star Wars watch party.
I am so down. I will watch Top Gun any day of the week, anytime, any day, any whip.
Oh, nice. I want to watch it so bad. Mark wants to watch it, but my schedule has been horrible for it. Maybe we'll watch it on Monday, Mark. Let me know.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
We're gonna make a date with my husband. Hold on.
Yeah. Well, no, I want to watch it before I see you guys because he'll spoils it.
Oh, that's true. Because Max and I are not going to shut up about it as soon as we both watch it. I can feel it now. The text message is going to be like, bruh!
By the way, Max, just so you know, our room is the party room. It usually is and always is.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry. I thought we determined on your Twitch stream that like Johnny in my room. What would the correct pronunciation be? My room and Johnny's room would be the party room. That's what I was under the
smell
assumption.
bad. I know how boys smell.
That's
100%.
Yeah,
well,
she does.
All right, that's fair.
I mean, it's appealing to the female audience, and I don't think that's a bad thing.
Especially the old
better
people.
be.
I'm a cougar now. Okay, I need a lion to go with my cougar stuff.
Oh.
Out there.
JS Pena for 199.
no.
Gonna watch Morbius on Friday. I'm trusting you, Tugs.
Oh, I hope you like. I
do it.
hope you like it.
Don't
I know.
do it.
I feel like it's like I've heard mixed reactions.
For my review, I liked Morbius a lot. I really did like it. So, but full disclosure, I'm not a Marvel, and I've always said this, so y'all can't come for me. I'm not a big Marvel comic person. My introduction to Marvel was the 90s X-Men animated cartoon and all of the live action movies. So the X-Men movies, the Fantastic Four movies, Spider-Man with Tobey, like that was my introduction to Marvel as a whole.
So maybe like a normie perspective, Morbius, if you didn't know the character, might be a good movie then.
I really liked Morbius. And honestly, Morbius to me is Jared Leto's foothole. Like, he fits this role very well, whereas his Joker has been a hot mess for a while. But I thought he did great, and he looked gorgeous, which I don't say that normally about Jared Leto. I find him really weird and not very attractive, but in this movie, I think it's a black.
I think certain looks that he has in movies aren't attractive, but I mean, you know, everyone has their moments.
Last time I thought he was cute was American Psycho. All right.
By the way, Johnny, I've never smelt you, so I'm not going to say you stink or you smell good. I'm going to be nice here.
That's fair.
I have. Are you talking to X-Ray Girl? She probably hasn't, honestly.
I said I watched Blade. Ryan Reynolds.
Ooh.
That scene where he's
that is my favorite Blade movie.
Whoa, was that the second Blade? I think it was the second one, right?
It was the third. It was Blade Trinity. But
Jessica Biel.
I must say, yeah.
Jessica Biel.
Drinker brought this up on a Twitter post or something, but he was basically saying, like, look at how hard these actors worked for their roles. Like Jessica Biel looks cut as hell because they have her in like this like leather kind of almost like a crop top or like a tube top or something. Yeah. But like you can see the definition in her arms and her abs, like because these were like superhero films, and like Ryan Reynolds cut to hell, like they're all super shredded. And these actors really work for these superhero roles. Now it's
I think
just
it depends on the actors too.
True.
And which role, because like most of the Marvel men in general are pretty like they fit their role physically. So it just about like Natalie Portman. We'll have to see more footage of her whenever it comes out.
Muscle. I can see it. You can see it.
You put the muscle, but like she is intense. You know, she has gained weight, lost weight, average weight. Her training that she put into the Black Swan.
Oh,
above and beyond.
I mean, hell, she shaved her head for V for Vendetta.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
shaved it like
Beautiful.
bald.
I was like, man,
That's the thing. I think it depends on the actor
yeah.
for the role. Like, I don't know about Brie Larson. She probably could have put more muscle on for a captain or whatever. What is her character? I don't remember.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
No one would watch it anyway.
Absolutely not, Martin. I will no. They were absolutely not real. No. Nope. I hate that movie. I don't hate a lot of films. I tend to find optimism in a lot. There may be things where I'm like, I'm glad I watched it. I'll never watch it again, kind of thing. I don't actually hate a lot of films. I hate Ghost Rider and I hate Carrie. And Ghost Rider. Anyway, that's a whole nother rant that you guys will redeem 5,000 channel points for, I'm sure.
Yeah. You need like a list of rants so that you know for in the future.
That movie.
Soul Assassin, I would love to. What was the last thing Wesley Snipes was in? Like he was really good.
Expendables 3.
Was he? Oh wow. Yeah, Soul. It's funny because like Blade was technically the first superhero film, if you want to call it that, the first Marvel film that I ever saw as a kid. Like it wasn't. I don't think it was X-Men. I know they came out around the same time. But like Blade and even Daredevil was around that time. Same with the Punisher. Those movies were like around that early 2000s era, late 90s. And yeah, I think Blade was the first one.
You know what? Actually, I think you're wrong. I think Spawn was.
Well, Spawn was
Spawn
super.
Marvel?
I mean, Spawn is Image Comics, but it's still a comic book movie. I mean, there was even a Captain America comic book movie in the late 80s, maybe. I forget who made it. It was awful. There have been like superhero films, but like Blade, like for the Marvel Cinematic Universe, if you want to call it that. Like I remember watching Blade and being like, this is cool.
Amazing.
See? That is Michael Jai White. Oh my god. I haven't seen Spawn in a hot minute. It's been a while.
The CGI does not hold up.
It's so terrible. But that was what, 95, 96?
Something like that, yeah.
Oh my god, let's look. Ooh. Hello.
The dog again.
Ow. Yeah.
Okay, so Mark is saying Spawn was 97, Blade 98, but Blade was a lot better.
Spawn was 97.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay. First Marvel movie was Howard the Duck. Oh, valid. Good point. That technically counts.
Wow. Okay. So let's get into a little bit of 90 Day Fiance.
Speaking of toxic relationships.
Okay. Toxic. Okay, so
here we go.
I wanted to just look at the couple because Max. Oh no, I lost my mouse.
Oh.
Okay, you know what? I'll just leave it like this until it comes back.
Do you want to send? Oh, you can't send me the link. Huh?
No, I can't send anymore. But the first couple because Max wasn't here at the time, Caleb and Alina. So Caleb,
the Russian, yeah.
And then Alina, the dwarf. I don't know the appropriate name.
Yeah. I think it's dwarf now.
Dwarf.
Yeah.
Okay, Mark, I'm gonna tell you this right now. John Leguizamo. I always thought it was Tim Curry as it that made me scared of clowns. No, it was John that guy. Wow, it was him. I found this the other day.
Ligma balls. I mean, ligma.
Yeah, is that what you tell Johnny?
Clowns, and I will. I can't with him. Can't do it. Anywho, go ahead.
Do you want me to look up the link and see if I can share it to you guys?
Either or, it doesn't matter. It's just a picture, but
okay.
I'll drop it in the private chat. Apparently, I can't share anything.
I got it.
Either or works. So the first couple, Caleb and Alina, they kind of dropped midway through the season, and we saw the entirety of their storyline. You know, he's this adventurous guy, and she's this small person.
She's well, I don't know I don't know anymore. She has dwarfism. Okay, there it is. That's a scientific term. She's a little person. She has a dwarfism.
Little person, and not just any type of little person, but she actually has like physical deformities where she can't walk for a long period of time.
Yes.
That's not
her is pretty not extreme. Yeah, hers is pretty extreme because you can see, let me zoom in a little bit. You can see her legs are bent at like this 90-degree angle almost. So hers is pretty severe. Like people think of Dorf, they think of Peter Dinklage from Game of Thrones.
But
He's
he can
not
walk properly though.
He's full blown. She's got, I don't know the levels of it to be honest with you, but hers is a little bit more on the extreme side. And you can't see it in this photo, but we see her like in her nightie and stuff throughout the season in the beginning, and her shoes are off, and she actually has like club feet too. So she has special shoes that she has to wear, which does not help the walking. Anyway, I adore her though. I think she's great.
I think she's super cute. She's very pretty.
I agree with both of you guys. You know, it's funny because out of everyone, she was probably, in my opinion, the most normal.
Yes.
Like her thought process on like relationships and like all she wanted, you know, Caleb, which he's just a weirdo. All she wanted Caleb to do was just to say like, hey, yeah, let's start dating. Like it was very simple. Like her intentions were clear, and Caleb was just let's just be real. He just wanted to like get with her and then dip out. Like he wanted nothing but a tack mark on the board of, you know, however many people he's been with. So that was my thought process. But she was like just a super normal person, other than like her physical nature. Like she's really pretty face and just like had a very normal, you know, personality. So I loved her a lot. I was upset that.
Yeah.
Well, plus she kind of got a bad rap because she said a slur word,
the N word.
Yeah, and
years ago though, wasn't it like 10 years ago?
Yeah, and I think that people have made mistakes in their life. If you went through everyone's DMs, text messages, Twitter, Facebook, all that, I'm going to guarantee you there is something on everyone that would make you be canceled.
Well, forget that part of it. She's also a foreigner. So, like, for instance, YouTube, don't hate me for this, but the British, still call cigarettes fags.
The F word.
Yep. They still use that to describe a cigarette. That is but here in America, that's a very bad word. We don't use that. Oh my God, you can't use that. So, I don't know Russians. I don't know many Russians, so I don't know if that's a thing. Does it mean something else? Is this a worldwide thing? I doubt it. You know what I mean? So you have to take that into context too. Like, the British one is the most famous one I can think of, but there's languages even like there's languages where you say something and it sounds really inappropriate, but it's their actual language and it translates to I love you and it sounds whatever it sounds like. You're like, what did you just say to me? So it just is like, I don't know that we could be really all that mad at her. I'm just saying. I'm just throwing it out there.
Yes. Yeah. I think it's all about context because everyone has different cultures. Everyone has different ways things are expressed. And I think we've learned it, especially throughout the show. There's so many different cultures.
Yeah. It's like if someone were to give you a hard time on FNT, X-Ray Girl, like granted, everyone knows what that show is about. But it's frustrating that, you know, she put out an Instagram post when she was like in her early 20s and people are trying to cancel her, like literally end her life because of, you know, a costume. Like it's pretty insane. So especially with like, and this is where like the context of, well, are you not like ableist or are you an ableist because she's disabled? So like what wins out, you know, is it the fact that she said this thing? Or are you being a bigot for not understanding her physical, you know, capabilities? It's like, it's so convoluted and whatnot. Just let her be a human. You know what I mean? Just like let her have fun. And she did nothing to harm anyone.
No. And this is, Shieldwell brings up a good point. And I say this all the time. Just America has a very interesting culture in the fact that we don't have one, but we have one, but we don't. But some cultures, we're a mess. Anywho, Shilwa makes a good point here. She is Russian. Maybe she did not understand the full impact of the statement. She might have just been trying to be cool and copy American culture. How many rap songs has she heard that word in? So for somebody who's a foreigner, especially in her early 20s or younger, you get introduced to this song because some movie you watched has, you know, Ice Cube's rap music in it. Well, what does Ice Cube say every other freaking word, especially in the 90s? Bruh.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
That's why, like, I don't understand. At least we're going into like the Bachelor world here. Like Hannah Brown got a lot of flack for singing a song that had that word in it.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't know that that was a thing that people would get offended for singing lyrics in a post. Like if someone gets brought onto stage, like a group of people, and you're not of the black skin color, do you not sing the lyrics? Because
no, you're supposed to skip it.
Like I didn't know that at the time before it happened, and it's like how can you crucify someone for not knowing?
Mm-hmm. Or here's
like
an idea: don't sing it.
Yes,
but like you said, X-Ray, like
put it in your music. You know what I mean? If it affects you that much, maybe we don't say it. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. What do I know? I don't know. What do I know? Nothing.
The simplest thing about this whole, you know, Alina thing is basically like you said, X-Ray. You look at anyone's past, they're going to have some skeletons in the closet. It's as simple as that. But she is brave enough to put herself out there on public television where like hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions of people are going to watch this show.
Yep.
And, yeah, looking the way that she does, putting herself out there for being in a relationship, you know, doing all this stuff. And, you know, this is how people respond. So I would love to see what some of these weirdos, like what their past look like. Let's put you on a television show and see how well you do. So it's unfortunate that had to happen to her. But in that particular relationship with the weirdo and the gorgeous Russian girl or wherever she's from, I forget. Yeah. I'm team Alina for sure.
Yeah, me too. I'm honestly shocked though that they didn't have at least him on the tell-all. Although I guess they're really the only couple that had like a final resolution to their story. So maybe that's why. But I was surprised they didn't have him. Like I knew she wasn't going to be there because the articles came out that she got removed or they didn't invite her or whatever. But I thought he was going to be there, and I was surprised that he was not there. So I don't know.
Well, he got what he wanted. He got the checklist. Did it with the
and he got notoriety like on, you know, television. Like people probably follow him on Instagram now.
Mm-hmm.
Because he did that. So.
Before we forget, JS Pena for $1.99. If I end up hating Morbius, I won't hate you, Tess.
Look, if you liked Venom, you'll like Morbius. Same vibes. Not the second Venom. That one was a hot mess. The first Venom. You like that kind of Fantastic Four, even Ghost Rider to a point, even though I can't stand that movie. Fantastic Four, Spider-Man, the first Spider-Man with Tobey, Ghost Rider, even the first X-Men, that kind of campy sort of feel to it. That's what, and I think that's probably why I liked Venom or Morbius so much, because it reminded me of those kind of before it got all crazy with the MCU. I don't know, that's just me. But anyway, it falls in that same line with Venom. If you liked Venom and the vibe of Venom, that vibe, you'll probably like Morbius, maybe. I don't know. Look, I don't know. Okay, I liked it. Okay, whatever. Don't hate me. I'm sorry.
I'm not gonna say anything.
Hi, Mike.
Yeah, but you're a comic fan. I can't defend myself from you because you're gonna drop me with a bunch of truth bombs.
Yeah, that's why I'm not gonna say anything because I didn't particularly like the Venom movie. So, but
the first one or the second one or both?
Both.
Oh.
I mean, I have an entire head of Venom behind, like I have an entire bust, life-size bust of him. Yeah, it's just hashtag not my Venom. But I'm a cynical old, comic fan, so don't listen to me, guys. Like, seriously, have fun watching these movies. Like, don't listen to what I have to say.
This is very true. And also, if you're one of those people, and there are quite a few in our community that are like this, if you're only going by the is it woke or is it not woke, it's not woke. So there's the run.
Hey, the funny thing is that there can be stuff that like isn't woke that's still really fucking bad. That's just
too.
Good.
But if that's your scale, because there are quite a few in our community, not judging, I'm judging you a smidge, but that are like, is it this or is it that? Because if it's this, heck no. But if it's not that, then we're fine. So, but it's not. It's fine. You know what? I liked it. Whatever.
And you have every right to your opinion.
And
But
I
I will just still,
like it,
but I
was one of the
will
few-
still,
I know.
I will still give you a hard time about it. Sorry, I didn't
know.
mean to interrupt.
No, you're fine. I was one of the very few people who was not mad when they announced Venom because it wasn't tied to Spider-Man. I was one of the because I understand that they're connected. I get it. I'm with you. I'm with you. I get you. I was one of the very few people that was like, well, they have to do it without him. That's not their fault. That's Disney's fault. So let's maybe keep an open mind here. I was one of the very, like, there was like 3 of us and we rallied together.
Yeah.
fine.
And JS Pena for $1.99. I'm just saying, I won't hate you. Love you too much.
Thanks,
Aw.
JS Pena.
Oh, thank you, JS
I hope
Pena.
you like it, though. I hope you like it. Go in with just like I want to say an open mind because that sounds so stupid, but just go in there get your popcorn, go in there, sit down, and have a good time. Like, that's that. It's not going to win any freaking Academy Awards. I know that. It's not, The Godfather. But,
yeah. So I'm just trying to figure out the next controversial couple to talk about. Everyone
I was
has
gonna say,
all
who's
of
next
them?
on the list?
all of them.
God. I mean, it's not a list, but I just, who would be the next? Like, I want to save, I think, Ben and Mahogany for last and Mike and
Thank
Ximena for
God.
last. I think
Thank
those
God.
2 are like the most. But Gino and
Controversial.
Jasmine are pretty bad too.
What
Okay, but
about
wait.
Ella? Let's get rid of Ella real quick.
Okay, let's do
talk about her.
Ella and Johnny. Can you
Johnny.
pull up a picture of them just so that
Johnny.
people can see?
Johnny.
Just so that, like, this is like the Asian version of Johnny 64, but like
I feel like Gino, Mike, and Ben are all tied together because of What's Her Bucket. So I feel like if we do those, the 3 of them, like kind of back to back, will be good.
Yeah.
So
And plus, I think Johnny and Hamza are like super. I know I already cursed earlier, but is it okay if I curse on your guys' stream?
Yeah.
Okay. I think Johnny and Hamza are fucking based as hell. I think they're
Yes.
like really
Yes.
good dudes and just like
I love
want to
Johnny.
make sure. Yeah, poor
Yeah.
Johnny.
Yeah.
Dude,
He's like-
Hamza shocked
He
me, honestly.
he showed up at the
Bro.
tell all.
He did.
Oh my
Hamza Allah, my man.
he's just ugh.
He showed up fresh as hell. Like his haircuts are always like
Let's see if I can find
oh,
his
chef's
photo.
kiss. Like my
Yeah.
boy Hamza is just killing
But
the
like
game right
I
now.
kind of knew that based on his wedding day and like how good he like presented himself. So I just sad that like his personality was overshadowed by the drama that was happening at that time.
You know
So that
what's
we didn't
interesting?
see that.
What I found interesting about the tell-all, and I'm going to swap this real quick so we can see. What I found interesting about the tell-all is we didn't really, and I know Memphis left sick, but we didn't touch on them at all. And I find that interesting because I guess that they really did have a closure. I mean, we'll get there, but we didn't really touch on them at all as a couple in general. Like it was just all about everybody else's hot mess express. But this is Memphis and Hamza and they look like woo, classy AF. Although I will say, girl, I was worried.
Like
I was absolutely worried that these were just going to go everywhere, and I'm glad they did not. But I was scared.
No, she looked, girl. Yeah, those.
Every time I looked at her, I was just like, "Dang, she looks good post baby."
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. We'll get.
I mean, Hamza's got a type, and we can see what type right here with this dress.
Sexy time.
Sexy time, baby. Sexy
Yeah,
time. That was like one of the few English terms he knew was just sexy time, baby.
I was worried for her top though. Okay, anyway, back to Ella and Johnny.
Before we continue, Roman of the Empire for $4.99, Jane Foster Thor, an actual Thor. I'm not gonna say the F word. Bad couple therapy. Well, we don't know 100% yet. I would like to see how she develops into female Thor, and then I can make a judgment on that. Although, with the way how things go, it's just, I feel like her sweet character and how she's developed so far is not going to be who she was before. And I worry about that.
Yeah, Roman, thanks for the donation, brother, and we'll talk soon. Roman's not too far away from me here in California. We met at the Spider-Man meetup. So
Nice.
so Roman's a good dude and prior Navy as well.
Oh,
in the Navy.
I love that you have like such a good connection with all these like
I'll
call it
No,
military because
the military people find each other. You know what my favorite thing just in public in general, doesn't have to be anywhere specific, but my favorite thing to do is I love people watching in general. And you can always tell when the military and the cops find each other because they all stand kind of a certain way. I can recognize them because I have cops in my military in my family, so I can recognize them. And they recognize each other the same way I do. And they all stand a certain way and they're always scanning the room. And they just have this presence about them that you're just like, that guy's seen some stuff. That guy carries a gun professionally. And when they find each other, it's just like this instant, I love you, man.
What's up, bruh?
It's the best. It's one of my favorite things. I love it when I go out. Especially like country bars are famous for this. Going out to like Stonies and stuff here, and you just see the military guys see each other from across the room, and they're like, without actually doing this, but you can see it in their faces. You know, you guys recognize each other, and I love it. It's one of my favorite things. I love it.
Military recognize military.
Yeah, it's the best.
The head nod is a very nuanced tactic because your head nod really says a lot. You know, if I see a guy and I acknowledge
let's see your head nod
and I respect, it's like a
there it is.
All right.
It's a little respect.
But
if it's a friend, it's like it's like an upwards.
Right. So an upwards is a friend. Downwards.
Downwards is kind of more of a. I see what it's respect. It's like I real game recognize real game.
Game recognize game.
It's the best. Like honestly, the next time y'all are out, especially like country concerts or country or classic rock, like if you're going to see Aerosmith or something, because that tends to be where I don't know why, but that tends to be where like, a lot of military and police hang out in general. Or if you're going to like a bar where you know that those guys hang out if they get off work, like just watch them. Just watch because they'll see each other. They recognize, they do the little head bob, and they immediately are like, you can just see this whole conversation. They have a conversation. I got your back. You got my back. Cool. Like I got this side of the room. You got this side. Like it's just a thing. The best. I love it so much. I love it so much. I love you guys. Anyway.
Oh,
bye.
Thank you, Tugs.
Okay, so let's get into this couple. So Ella, who's from Idaho, and Johnny from China. I think the thing that kind of strikes me, and I guess because I know a lot of like Asian culture, is that they don't understand each other's culture, and they're not communicating well in that sense.
No, she's never mind. You know what? I'll let you finish.
Yeah. So like I understand how his son, who his parents watch, he needs to give his world to his parents because they don't work. He needs to take care of them. The kids, and I recognize this as well, we want to take care of them because we know they gave us everything as kids. So when they're in their weakest moments, which in this sense is they're not working and they're still caring for my child, I need to take care of them. And that whole idea of him going to wherever, Dubai, having her come here, it means I'm not working. Who's making the money? How do I take care of my parents? How do I take care of my son? Those are the things that he thinks about. And you have to put family first because they did the same to you and you feel this loyalty to them. And that's just Asian culture in general in terms of parent-children relationship.
Which she should know. If she's obsessed with Asian culture, you'd think she would know that.
She is, which I find interesting, but like you guys might have spoke about this on your last stream, but like she's into like Japanese culture, and I don't know if she recognizes that Johnny is Chinese. Like she's like super into like hentai and like Japanese manga and anime, and like she's very immersed into like that. But like Johnny's straight Chinese, so like I think she's just kind of in it to win it,
lumping
like, whoever,
Asians together.
Yeah. Which is, I mean, hey, good on you, girl. She's in forums and stuff. Like we found out at the Tell It All that she had a friend come over for her birthday. Like,
oh god,
bro, you are a grown ass woman. You do not need someone for your birthday. Like, chill. We'll get to that later. But Yeah, poor Johnny here has like really strong convictions. He wants to take care of his family, his kid. And like you guys spoke about on the last stream, 7 weeks is a long freaking time. Like
Off of
7 weeks
work?
without work, yeah, is
Almost two
not okay.
months.
Yeah,
And
bro.
and
Yeah,
Shieldhawk
sorry,
brings
go
up a
ahead.
good point that it's common sense for any culture, but I don't think that's something that we see a lot in American and Canadian culture.
American culture is more like we grow up and we leave the nest and like we have good relationships with our parents, but there's not that expectation. Whereas I know the Asian culture is very heavily that way, and there's a couple of them out there that are like that. But the Americans, excuse me, there will be no fighting. The American culture is not that way. It's like once we hit 18, it's like, okay, I grow up, I move out of the house, and mom and dad, get an RV and live their best lives until they die.
Which I guess is I'm assuming Ella is of that kind of, like, she was brought up that way.
Yeah,
maybe, but
most Americans. It's most of us. There are some people out there who come from like, especially with all of our mixed backgrounds and stuff, where like Italians kind of are that way to a point, the Greeks are that way to a point. Like, so if you have a mixed background and if your parents'
I think first generation to maybe second generation that remains, because I know like Europeans are like that too. So it's just I've seen this more with a lot of like guys I've dated who are more Canadian. It's been like 3 or 4 generations they lived here. It's like the type of mentality. If your parents cannot take care of themselves, they go to the retirement home, which is fine. It's fine. But like, I know for myself, like if my parents couldn't take care of themselves, I'm going to take care of them until I cannot, like physically cannot. So then they go somewhere where they need medical attention from nurses, et cetera, et cetera. So at least that's from what I've seen in my life. I want to put that out there. So I don't think she understands that desire from him to do that.
But she should, if she's as obsessed with Asian culture, and Japanese are that way too. Maybe not to the extreme that the Chinese are, because I know that's a big thing with the Chinese, but it's the same thing. Like it's the same thing. So you think you would know that for somebody who's so obsessed with this culture and these people, you think you would know that. And I'm so with you, Max. I said that. I think I said that last time we talked about the show. I was like, does she know he's Chinese?
Yeah.
Does he know he's Chinese? I'm confused.
I will say that like both, like I said earlier, like both our mans, Johnny and Hamza, get that drip check, like of their like their cultures, like dress, like holy, my boys dress well, dude. Like Johnny looks good all the time, like Hamza's always looking good. But with the other thing, even if we took the family thing out of this equation, Ella is always still in the wrong because she keeps saying, Johnny, why don't you come to the US? Or Johnny, why don't we meet halfway? Ella, why don't you get your fat ass on a plane and go to see Johnny? You know what I mean? Like, sorry, did I?
Well, to be fair, she did try. She bought plane tickets. Well, no, she bought it for Dubai. Never mind. She bought it to Dubai. It wasn't China.
That was my whole thing, is like, because she's trying to go to Dubai to meet him halfway or whatever. But I was like, Ella, girl, you like, just if you have the money to do Dubai or whatever, just go all the way to see Johnny like at his home. I don't know, that maybe that was just my take on it, but I felt like she was just really trying to
cop out for her. To just say like, you don't want to come see me, you don't want to meet me, so I need to look elsewhere for my physical touch. I'm a physical person, this and that. And it's like, you're in a long distance relationship. I know you haven't met the guy yet, but if you're committed to someone, especially in long distance, it is based on a lot of trust.
That's all you have in a long distance relationship is trust. Like you really can only rely on that, on each other's language, on each other's love and speech towards each other, of saying, I am committing myself to you, and though you can't see it through my actions, or you can't see me physically or emotionally, or not emotionally, but like physically, you have to trust that what I say, it holds true. And she broke that trust like multiple times with Johnny, and poor guy is like apologizing and going, oh, I'm going to get you a ring. I'm sorry that you felt like you were alone, and I'm going to make it up to you. And I'm like, Johnny, no, dude, you got to stay strong here, my man. It was
Yeah.
unfortunate to see him kind of, because you can tell that he really wants to be with her, but I don't know why.
I think that's an Asian culture thing too. At least a traditional one, where you don't divorce, you kind of stick with the person. And maybe XY Girl can shed some light on this, but I'm pretty sure that's a thing. So like that is embarrassing. Like it's an insult. And I mean,
But
obviously
they're not married yet, so it's you
True.
can still date. You can still date, and it's not like an embarrassment to break up in that sense. But I think I'm looking back like a decade or so ago when I visited Asia. A lot of Asians are obsessed with white people, especially blonde and blue eyes.
Yes. Oh
So
yeah.
Ella, I don't know what color her eyes are, but she's blonde.
Mhm.
She's obviously white. So maybe he's into that. And it's okay if maybe he's into her size. And obviously there's something more in their conversations that he also loves or likes. Not sure what it is because they don't really portray it besides her being very upset throughout the show.
Yeah.
And maybe they talk about anime a lot. I don't know.
Was she blonde? I thought she was brunette.
Well,
I forget.
she's got.
I mean,
I think this. Oh wait, here I have the.
Regardless, she is still like white American girl.
And then this whole idea, and everyone has been through this first generation when you come and immigrate. Let's just lightish hair. We'll go lightish hair.
Like a mousy red brown sort of color. Yeah.
But people are. Oh, Johnny. Not Johnny. Max, why are you taking off your hat?
Well, because I was gonna see. I was like, "Is my hair is about the same color?"
He's just like looking at himself and like be like, "Oh, I look so good."
Well, I was like, okay, I'm not blonde, but I'm like more brunette. So I was like,
yeah, your hair is definitely darker than her hair.
She's got like a red tint to her hair. Yours is like a super dark color. Yeah.
Yeah, like she has lighter hair.
First time I've seen that, I think.
Well, if you guys go to Max's Man Cave on Monday nights, last stream, I had my hat off the entire time. So
yeah, I was extremely drunk and I don't remember nothing. So there we are.
Third shadow dude. She has a blonde anime wig.
He does. He does have the wig.
Yes, she absolutely does. 100%.
My whole thing is, and she said this during the tell all, that her love language is touch. And if you believe in that sort of thing, the touch love language is the most dangerous one because you literally, and I think we all do, but theirs is like supposedly an enhanced version of they crave touch. Like they have to be touched by the people they love all the time. Hugs, hand holding, on the arm, whatever. And I'm a pretty touchy person. That's not my love language per se, but I'm a touchy person, so I get where she's coming from. And I love that in the tell-all, everybody, even Jasmine, who I thought was hilarious, she was like,
my God,
why are you in not just a long-distance relationship, but an international long-distance relationship with somebody you cannot see, especially now because of the beer bug? When your love language is touch, like that's the excuse you're giving for cheating on him, because I crave touch so bad and I just needed to be touched. Why are you in this like what?
I loved how she was like, just get yourself a toy or something.
Right? even Usman was like, yeah, get a toy.
Okay, real quick. Usman was screaming into that microphone and it killed me. He was like, get a toy, and would like scream into the screen or whatever. If so, I'll say this. If I do have the blue eyes shield wall. You got me there.
Oh, wait, I've never looked in your eyes. Oh, this is my first time looking in your eyes.
Yeah. Slay all day, boys.
I made that comment about the blue eyes the last time. When he does his streams, his camera, when he goes to like himself, it zooms in super close. And it's like blue eyes everywhere.
I'm so observative.
Well, you're married. It's fine. I'm single. I'm on the hunt. It's fine.
Aw, hi, Mark. I do like
See, yeah, like like you guys were talking about earlier, like the physical touch thing doesn't mean just like, oh, I like having sex a lot. Like it can mean like, hey, just a hand on your leg or on your shoulder or on your arm,
on
like,
your back, or
I love all of that stuff. Give me.
Yeah. And it's a great, like, it is a way of being very communicative with your partner about how you feel. And when you don't have that for someone, like, because that's my love language, And when someone doesn't reciprocate that, it can almost feel like you are being robbed of not emotional, like connection, but that like if someone like goes like this whenever you're trying to talk to them, like when they recoil or something, it's like for someone who is very physically inclined, like that is like that's not okay. So for Ella to be like, oh, I need physical touch is like, so you're not just saying you need, you know, as Hamza would say, sexy time. Like you, yeah, you need, yeah, there you go, Cajun. You need like a constant like affirmation of someone to be there with you physically. So I don't know. I'll say this. If Ella is sorry, excuse me. If Mahogany, or as Ben would call her, Mahogany, which God kill me. If Mahogany is the queen of gaslighting,
Yeah.
Ella is the queen of victimhood. She is
Oh my
always blaming. She's like, I just didn't want to be alone for my birthday. And I'm like,
So you
girl,
invited
you
the
are,
guy.
yeah, like you are a grown ass woman. Like you should not have that. Like, even if you say, hey, I'm lonely, call Johnny. like,
Yeah, you could have
like,
FaceTimed him on your birthday. Like
yeah.
I don't understand. And I agree with the rest of everybody, which is so funny. One of my favorite things about the tell-all, and we'll get there at some point. My favorite things about the tell-all is everybody calling out the right red flags for everybody else's relationships, but their own.
Not their own.
I thought that
Like
was
they were
so funny.
so tone deaf to their own issues, but then very quick to like start pointing fingers and calling people out on their other
Yes.
issues.
So Martin, that depends. So your love language is quality time. If that's your comparison, your love language is quality time. That's what your love language is. So
Yeah.
there are some people, and every time I take the quiz, I get a different answer because I'm kind of all over the place. But I think I personally am a quality time and a physical touch person, because I will legit, like I do with the arm, you tuck the arm, my hand in the arm thing when we're walking. If I walk by you in the kitchen, you're getting a smack on the butt. Like I love that stuff. So, but you saying that your love language is quality time. So you will probably benefit from having somebody who thinks the same way or who feels the same way. But that's hers is physical touch. And there are people who, I mean, humans in general, we're not meant to be alone. We're not meant to be isolated. We're not meant to not ever handshake, high five, slap each other on the shoulder for a funny joke. No hugs, no nothing. We're not meant, which is why the beer bug was so hard on a lot of people. That isolation was so hard on so many people. She's using it, I think, as an excuse. I feel like she's one of those people that believes like, oh, the stars aligned, and like that's why I had to sleep with this guy. Like it's because I need physical touch and like the stars aligned. I think she's one of those people, and I think she's going to use it as an excuse, whereas she should just say, we had some drinks, or I thought he was cute, or all of the above, or none of the above, and I just wanted to get back at you. Or it never actually happened, and she's just using it to like make Johnny, which it was brought up by a couple of people on the tell-all. A couple of the other people were
Like,
like,
was it real? Like, did
Yeah.
you actually do it, or are you doing it?
That was.
I thought that was a good. I was like,
oh,
oh, that's a good.
because that.
I mean,
that
it's
could have
very
been
insightful too. Like,
oh, right. I mean, that would have been like ultimate manipulation. Like, like that type of manipulation would have been psychotic, to pretend to sleep with someone and cheat on someone just to get him to like the US. But it like you said, very insightful. I will say, like, Martin.
oh, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. You go ahead.
I was just going to say real quick, Martin, because you said, shouldn't being with someone, spending time with them, and enjoying the same interests be more important? And with love languages, I don't think one or the other is more important. I think they're all very equal, except for the fact that some people deem other love languages to be more important to them or more enticing to that personal person,
Yes.
or that individual person. So love languages, I don't think, have a scale of better or worse. I just think they're all equal, but some people respond better to to those love languages.
Yeah, and some people express love differently too, even though it's their love language. Like people will say, "I love you, I love you, I love you" constantly, but maybe they like the other ones more.
I'm a
But
mess.
but I think it's the communication that kind of helps. And I mean, I love that people have kind of deciphered these love languages because it's changed a lot of how some people date.
Oh, yeah. There's so many people that just rely in general on this whole, is this my love language? Or this is a manifesting, or I tapped this wine glass, ting, and it went ting instead of tong. And I'm like, oh no, this could be a bad day. I think that there's humans in general have lost their way when it comes to that kind of thing. And social media, like for instance, Ella and Johnny meeting, and on all of these couples really, but meeting on social media, there's a barrier there. You don't get long distance relationship is hard. International long distance relationships are even harder. And you have both, but your primary quote unquote love language is that something that you rely on is touch. There's something else going on there. There is an underlying something that she's not addressing. I think she's afraid of true commitment personally. And she doesn't want to get hurt, and she does not want to commit fully, which is why she picks A, long distance relationships, and B, international ones, because she knows that they can't just show up at her house on a Tuesday when she's having a bad day with tacos or whatever and be like, it's okay, babe, I'm here for you. Let's cuddle on the couch. You know what I mean? And she can't get that intimacy. She doesn't want that. I think there's an underlying something, which is why she's doing what she does. But she wants the intimacy, which is why she hooked up with whatever that guy was that she met on this other Asian dating site that she supposedly wasn't on anymore. And they hooked up and she cheated on him. I think that she's got this underlying thing that she's not willing to accept and or fix or both. And that's where the problem comes in. That's just my observation of her. She wants what she wants, but she's afraid to commit for whatever reason.
I think she's afraid of rejection.
That too. Oh, absolutely.
But it all stems from her insecurity, and you can see that by her weight. You know, like she probably is.
She's been trying to lose the weight for the entire show.
Oh yeah, sure.
No way.
No, because remember, she was at the gym.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm gonna lose like 10 pounds before Johnny gets here.
Oh, but 10 pounds would not even change the structure of her face. Like 10 pounds.
But the thing is, like she and she's had conversations with Johnny about this. He's gonna come here. He's gonna help me lose the weight, girl. If you can't lose it yourself, how do you expect him to help you?
Preach.
Because I mean, he's not putting the food in your mouth.
Yeah.
You're putting the food in your mouth.
And hey, I do the same thing. Like if I'm upset, I'll eat a fucking burger or burrito or something. Like it's, you know, like eating emotionally is a thing. And for her, it has become much more than just a thing. But yeah, I mean, especially because like if she's thinking that Johnny, maybe he's going to cook for her, or maybe things are going to get better. Like it goes back to that old adage of like, if you're not okay with yourself before a marriage or a relationship, you're not going to be any better once you're in that relationship or marriage. Like you got to handle that stuff beforehand, which is tough. It's tough work, you know, to work on yourself.
Especially like, I mean, I can relate to her. I think a lot of women feel this need to be the skinny mini and all this, but it takes a lot of self-reflection. I think a lot of people these days, and even these couples, clearly, they do not self-reflect to see what impact they make on themselves and on other people. And I think that's a 100%. Big thing that most people are lacking, which is why I always say, go to therapy. It doesn't matter if you don't think that you need it. You probably don't even realize you need it.
Yeah.
No, you know, and the thing is like, we all do at some point, whether it's childhood trauma, whether it's job trauma, you know, depending on the job you do, whether it's you don't realize it until later in life. We sometimes hearing it from somebody else when you tell them a story like, oh, this happened to me as a kid, and you're thinking it's no big deal. They look at you and they're like, What? What? You did what? Your parents did what? And you go, oh, is that a problem? And a third party can always be like, yes, and here's why. This is why you pick the women you pick. This is why you pick the men you pick. This is why you may start off with a good person in a relationship, but then you sabotage it. Why do you sabotage it? Oh, that comes from this trauma. That comes from that, whatever. She obviously has, and I say this from personal knowledge, my own personal knowledge. She has some underlying childhood trauma issues that are affecting her, not just mentally, but you can see it physically. That's where that comes from. Mm-hmm. That's all where that comes from. And you can tell because she has the idea of, I know I have a problem physically. I want to go to the gym and I want to fix it. And she might do that for a week or two. And then she falls back off the wagon because of whatever reason.
Because she hasn't addressed what the actual real issue is.
What is the real issue? Yeah. What happened in your childhood? Was it a divorce? Was it your mom telling you you're the most beautiful little girl in the world, but then turning around in the mirror in the bathroom saying to herself, you're so fat, you're so ugly? Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? What was it? What was it? There's something there. And it could be something as just as simple as that. Your mom could have been the most loving person in the world to her, but she makes comments on the side, and kids hear everything, guys. Fun fact. I don't know if you guys know this. For those of you who don't have kids, I'm telling you right now, they hear everything you say. Everything. Whether you're saying it to yourself or you're saying it to them, whether you're on the phone, whatever, they hear everything. So if you're telling your kids you're the best and I love you so much, blah, 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 and 5 minutes later you're in the bathroom going, God, I'm so fat, I'm so ugly, no wonder my husband's divorcing me or whatever, they hear that. So why would they believe that they're pretty when you don't believe that you're pretty? You know what I mean? So there's something there. And I feel bad for her in that sense because I get it. But I also am like, get it together.
Yeah. And it takes good people around you to help you realize that it's really hard to come to the, judgment yourself.
Yep.
Self-realization is definitely one of the harder parts, but once you're able to see that in yourself, it goes wonders. To be aware of something that you need to work on, man, it'll change your life. But it's hard work, you got to work on it and continue to seek help. And that's because I can sit here and claim and, say, oh, I have this issue, but unless I'm seeking help, I'm not doing anything to better my friends or my family or myself. And like you said, X-Ray earlier, a lot of these people on this show are kind of sociopaths because they don't understand the ramifications of their actions towards other people, especially Mahogany. But that's
another story. And the thing is, these issues,
y'all are in for a rant.
These issues that they have, they're neither illegal, like how some people's are. Like I have to say this, the whole Gary, AA stuff like that, all the stuff that he went through actual things that were, crime and all that. Yeah. There was something much more tangible in terms of the punishment. Whereas these people who have these underlying issues and they don't know how to address it, they're not getting in their face like, something's wrong. You need to fix this.
Yeah. One, and these days in general, it's so coddled. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. We're accepting flaws, which is fine. I think it's good to accept flaws, but you have to know what these flaws are and where they come from.
Yes, there's this mentality of, and it's I saw it growing up. So like my generation and lower, especially lower, it started with us, and it spirals. On a personal note, it spirals from, if you have parents who are my parents' age, which is 60, they grew up, women, the moms especially, and some of you are going to go, oh my God, the moms especially grew up during the beginning of the feminist movement, burning the bras, all that stuff, right? So they did not want to treat their children like their parents treated them, which was, discipline and chores and a schedule and treating kids like kids instead of like friends and this, that, and the other. So my mom, growing up in the 60s, with the bra burning and all that stuff, she was very much like, I don't want to do what my parents did to me, which is fine. Fine. But it was, for many people, it was overcompensated. So we became friends with our parents instead of children. We were not children. We were our mom's or dad's best friend. And at a young age, that's hard. And then as we've grown up and had children, now it's just a free-for-all. No discipline. You can't tell them no. You have to let them do what they want to do. It's gotten screwed somewhere. And I don't know exactly where the flip was. And my mom talks about this all the time. I'm sure she's listening. She's gonna be like, I can't believe. But she talks about this all the time. She's even admitted it. There was a screw up somewhere. There was a generational gap somewhere. And she blames it on the feminist movement. But I think it was more than that. But it's this combination of, we don't want to punish our kids. And so we enable, it's just the way you are, honey. If they don't like the way you are, then screw them. Okay, well, yeah, to a point, yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I like Morbius. Get over it. That's who I am. But my toxic behaviors and your toxic behaviors and everybody has them. That's not who you are. We have to learn and grow. And the only way we can do that is by A, professionals, or B, a third party coming out of nowhere going, what the heck is wrong with you? Whether that's a professional or not. And we've all had them in our lives. They've come to the point and they're like, that's great. So anyway, what about this option? And you're like, I never really thought about it that way. You know what I mean? And so, but that's the point, is we have gone from discipline, life lessons, etc., to a free-for-all. And I think Ella, especially for how young she is, which she doesn't really look that young, but she actually is that young, that is 100% on top of whatever went on in her childhood. That's also a big, huge factor, is she was raised in a generation just like me, just like X-Ray Girl, just like younger, all these, where the parents were like, me.
Oh, my parents were very...
Well, yeah, you have
very disciplined.
Yeah.
I'm
with you. I have a list. Do you want to hear it? No, you don't.
I was supposed to say, I just want to get this before we skip past it. It's true for $5. Just curious. X-Ray and Tugs, have you seen the clips of Houston sports shows in which I shot over the weekend at Cabos? Just wondering. I saw a lot of clips. Do I remember them?
On Twitter?
Really? I'm not gonna lie.
You tagged him on Twitter, right?
Twitter. I think you tagged an Instagram one too. There was just so much that happened, and I was kind of drunk through most of it. I'm not gonna lie.
I saw a couple of them. I did.
Darn me. They actually, my parents are very happy where I ended up. Just saying, they did want me to be a doctor or a lawyer.
You're close.
Pretty close. And now, apparently, I do social media stuff, and it's fine.
For 5,000 channel points.
Yeah, well, you guys didn't even have to use your 5,000 channel
I know.
points. That was
I gotta
awesome.
stop doing that.
Yep. And one more, J.S. Schwalbuck for $49.79. Sorry, it's gonna be really hard to say this. There's a man on your show. This is making my pen not shrink. Wow, real women and a man. Yeah, even though you are talking women's beep. Still trying to get my 30-year-old daughter to watch. May have to have you DM her. She doesn't believe dad has good taste in shows. If you want to, I would definitely be more than open.
It'll happen now.
Yeah, if I'm making the if our fans on here Dr. Love. Yeah, if I'm making the fans their manliness go away, their penos, their MVP-ness go away, then I'll dip out.
I bet this is someone who wouldn't make your penos go away.
There he is. Oh
my God. Just in time, Chris. We're ranting about Ella and Johnny.
Everybody has such cool backgrounds, and I'm just, mine is all, it's all dark over here. I don't know what. I don't know
this TV is 25 years old. Actually, I think it might be 30 years old now.
It's a retro television. I love it.
Does it still work? Yeah, it does.
Oh my God.
We got Obi-Wan, we got popcorn. This is where we're at right now.
Sweet.
Were you just finishing up the interview with
yeah, Robert? I didn't. Well, there's a couple things. I was supposed to do Gary Nerdrotic Nooner this morning. It happens on Gary time. That didn't happen, which is fine. And then I did Latino Slant with Paulie. Then we had a
Yeah.
Wednesday night stream. I feel bad. I should have put this in. I don't know why I didn't put it in. I don't know. I feel terrible. So we do a Wednesday evening stream. Hey, Shilwell, Frank Cool.
Oh, just look, they're the whole chat. Just you'll
They're
get
like
I'm here.
their
So
producers
yeah,
are growing.
Fletcher, what are you, Fletcher? I've seen Fletcher all day today. This is great. But yeah, so and then I'm like, oh, I'm gonna go see this Indian movie in Burbank, and I've got time. It doesn't start till like 10. So
Okay.
and then
Oh.
so I'm so sorry because I'm normally like I'm reliable on stuff. Aren't I reliable? Kinda.
yes.
Absolutely.
To be fair, we didn't actually start talking about 90 Day Fiance until about 40 minutes in.
Okay, good. Okay, good.
Never mind.
All
No,
right.
no, you did say 10 o'clock.
You
But
did say you were going to be
we
late.
just
So you're fine.
started early.
You're fine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You told us. You're good.
All right.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, so
We're talking about Chris and Ella. Or no, Ella and Johnny. I'm sorry.
Oh, before we do that, Cajun Corey Rourke for 999. Hell yeah, Chris Gore and MVP-ness stream. Hugs for sweet hugs. You look good tonight. Go Exeter girl for making partnership on Twitch. We love you and you deserve it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, go
That's
make that.
huge. Guys, go watch her Twitch stream that she did earlier where Mark shows all.
Oh my god. No, he does not. I hate it.
He did.
Mark
yeah.
elbow.
Here's my new leg, and he's like wearing nothing.
He's wearing a towel.
Yeah, it was in a towel.
Wait, you
With
have to
nothing.
extra girl. You have to try that dance one more time. Try it one more time.
30-second dance party.
Wait, it's about to drop.
Here we go. Here we go.
This is how we party.
Oh my god. That is epic.
That's the Vegas way of doing it.
Hey,
Yeah.
you
Literally-
are bringing that to Vegas and we are putting it in every single hotel room.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, good.
Yes.
It's literally a thing that's 30-second dance party. You press it and it just starts. It starts playing club music
That's
for
amazing.
30 seconds. So yeah, I'll bring it
What a
to
way
Vegas.
to enter the stream.
Yeah, yeah, energy strong.
And
And let's see who else is here. Who
Oh
else?
no.
Is here? Let's
Is
see
it?
who's here.
Oh no.
Translator on 90 Day
Oh,
Fiancé
God.
is the most likable character. Do you agree?
It's Mike's translator.
Oh my god. How awkward was it?
Okay,
to be
All right,
there?
this is okay. So you watch the finale, right? All right, here we go.
That's a good one.
This,
Yeah,
this,
yeah.
I think will open your eyes and open your minds.
I know you don't love me and you don't like anything about me, but can I still pay your rent?
Bro.
that actually
Mike, bro.
astounds me.
Mike, you know,
Dude.
Mike's a predicament because initially I thought he was just kind of had good intentions and just wanted to be there because he loved her. But after a while, you just really find out that he is he is just desperate. Like,
Mhm.
I mean, it's bad. Like to the point to where when we saw him at the tell-all, not one person in that room said, "Hey, give this a shot." Literally,
No.
everyone was against that whole thing,
Even
and he's
Jasmine,
still like
which shocked me.
We had
crazy ass
Colombian girls,
Jasmine.
California girls from Michigan, girls from Dominican Republic.
Yeah.
We got girls for you.
The
It-
whole room was
well,
like, bruh.
Mike has no game. Let's be honest. Mike has no
Yeah.
game, and I don't feel like he's had very many relationships. Like
Mhm.
him, and then when you found out that like she was like a cam girl, which is fine, it's legit work, but then like that's how they met, and then it's like, hey, I'll pay your rent if you just don't do the cam stuff anymore, and that's how they met. Was just a little bizarre. It's a little bizarre.
It's control.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He wanted to
'Cause
control
then-
her.
Yes.
That's exactly because then you started to see that controlling side come out towards those last few episodes
Yeah.
where he started really kind of being more mean, like once he started being like not manipulative, but he just really started to recognize his power with the type of money that he was giving her, which is sad, but yeah, I will say, and I think I told you girls earlier, Mike's friends are chads. Like that dude, the husband was like, "Hey, what happens when you stop paying? She's gonna leave, bro."
His friends were amazing. Hold on.
Yeah.
They
Well,
were
like,
dropping so much good stuff.
Even his like dad and his grandpa. You remember episode 1 or 2 when we
Yes.
first met them? They're like,
Mhm.
"What will happen? Is she gonna still be with you?"
We're now talking about this couple. I think the last time we talked about last time I talked about this, I mentioned that I think Mike is on the spectrum. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think he's definitely on the spectrum. Like he just seems a little slow, a little bit. He rode the short bus more than likely.
Something's
But,
off there. Yeah.
I can't wait. Like my girlfriend and we're going on a vacation to a very tropical, fun place, Hawaii.
Please
And
have a pina colada for me, thanks.
Oh, we're doing all the touristy stuff. I don't care because we have not.
Nice.
I haven't flown, and I said I'm not going to fly until there's no masks. There's no masks. We're going.
Yes.
It'll be fun. First vacation since the 4 times. But I told her, I said, what we're going to do is I want to get photos of us in all the 90-day poses. I want to get like the like when they're mad at each other, like.
Oh my god!
Mhm.
And then you see like the ones where they're like, they're kind of like together, and then it's a little bit of neutral, and then the like back to back, like
newer
they're
mid.
mad. Yeah, like oh my god. I said we're gonna get a whole series, then I'm gonna get the typeface. I'm gonna make it exactly like it's a screenshot from the show. So I just get, I don't know, it'll be like just a dumb photo thing.
That's gonna be amazing. I'm here for it.
I love it
so
Very
much.
Yeah.
That's gonna be great.
Yeah.
She looks younger in the videos. I will say her photos make her look older, but when you find her, she's 24. You're kind of like, okay, yeah, I can see that. Like watching the videos,
Yeah.
like the footage. But
They're not working out. It's so weird, and he's so like she doesn't respect him. You can tell.
No.
that.
Absolutely not.
No
the
respect.
whole room was like, how do you not see this?
Yeah.
How?
It's unfortunate too, because like I don't think anyone's told Mike that, like, hey dog, there are people like here in the US that will love you for you. You know what I mean? Like there is a girl out there who probably watched the show and was like, I actually kind of find Mike endearing. Who knows?
You
But
know what's
like
the weird thing? I kind of think Mike and Ella, if she wasn't into Asians specifically, I think him and Ella probably would be okay.
I don't think that's his I don't
Well,
know.
Mike wants
I mean,
to
minus
date
the
a
size, but like
model.
personality wise.
Wait, I have to respond to Stern Shadow dude too. Chris, you gonna do the Caleb and Alina poses with her grabbing his leg? Yeah, we're gonna do it.
No.
Yeah, that's what we're doing. I'm gonna
Good.
get my girlfriend down there. She's gonna have to grab my leg, and we're just gonna do the Alina and Caleb. Like that's the most interesting couple because they didn't like. It was sort of he left it. It was like vague, but then at the end he's just like, well, whatever. You're just a notch on my belt. Is kind of how it ended, which was really sad because she was really into him, and also I feel like he just was into some freaky experience. Like I'm gonna be with a little person.
Yep. And now he can tell his guy friends, bruh. Yo, you think that's cool, bro? I have the little person, bruh.
Yeah,
Mhm,
exactly,
mhm.
exactly.
We were saying he was definitely in it for the notch on the bedpost. Like once he was done,
Yep.
he
Yep.
basically he started
He lost
like
interest.
giving his outs, like he started coming up with the excuses and blah blah, and then he was just out of there. But I told the girls earlier, I thought Alina was probably one of the most normal out of everyone. Like she just seemed like really like a really cool emotion or compassionate person, and I respected her for it. Like but
Well, she knew what she wanted. I feel like she was just, although she got canceled, right?
Yes, we were talking about that.
Oh
Ridiculous.
my god.
Poor thing.
So that's why she's not on the show. And then the other thing was, here's the surprise to me. I don't know if we should move and start talking about other couples before we finish with Mike and Ximena. Maybe I'll just hold it. I have some really strong thoughts about Memphis and Hamza.
Oh.
Very strong opinions.
All right, let's wrap up.
That's- yeah.
Ella, or not Ella, Mike and Ximena.
Mike and Ximena.
Let's wrap up that little chapter first. So basically, we feel he's working too hard for the relationship where
Right.
there's none,
Mhm.
and she's just like, I guess I'll take your money, but know that I don't love you. Or sorry, I love you, but I'm not in love with you.
Oh yeah, I love how she ignored his friend. I can't remember her name now. But
Nessie.
Nessie. She's speaking to her in Spanish, and she's full blown ignoring her. Meanwhile, Jasmine's like, "Okay, anyway," and she'll say the same thing in Spanish.
And then she responds to Jasmine. And I think it's crazy that he thinks going on another trip is going to solve all those problems.
Oh, God.
She has the ick for him.
Mhm.
Like the big ick, and just like everything he does is like, ugh.
You can tell she's repulsed by him. But wait, but
Yeah.
what does the translator say?
Do you mind if
Oh.
I just stare at you constantly while you sleep? That's not creepy or anything, right?
See,
What do you think?
that's oh my god. That's one of the things where it could be either creepy or loving, depending on how you feel about a person.
Yeah, it just, but like you can tell she's repulsed by him.
Yeah.
She, she was with him, maybe she was guilted into it, and then she's like, okay, maybe this guy could be, father to my children. She got very, she pulled away, and that was it. And there's no fixing that. That's just like, and also attraction can be like, smell is like a big part of attraction. I think
Pheromones.
Yeah, pheromones. And I just feel like they just didn't connect. And even with like, what's the couple, the sort of heavier girl, and then the
Ella?
Chinese. Yeah, Ella. And
Ella.
like they've never even met. I kind of feel like it's like she probably should date around, and he should too, until they meet. Like, it's fine. So I almost didn't really have so much a problem with what she did. She just should have been more upfront. Like, until we meet, they can't really be. I mean, could you be boyfriend and girlfriend with someone you've never met first? You have to have met, right?
Most of them think that they're boyfriend and girlfriend when they go meet these people.
Right.
That's true. It's true.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
$4.99 from Salty, Texas says, I'm here for free drinks from that hot MV penis. First of all, there's free drinks. The heck? Where's my drink?
Corey, thanks for being here, brother. And even though we're talking 90 Day Fiance, which I know Gary was very upset at me for.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Well, he was calling me out. He goes, he said something like, because you guys had brought it up on FNT, and he goes, yeah, follow or subscribe to Maxfield Von Priestley, the MVP. And then in the same breath, X-Ray Girl had said, yeah, and he's coming on Wednesday. And Gary had said something like, "Oh, never mind. Don't go subscribe." So
He's not allowed to talk though. He watches the Vampire Diaries. So
Yeah.
he's not.
Evidence.
Yeah, that was the first time I was like, Gary, we've watched a television show together. We can talk about it.
The one X-Ray Girl has seen is that one, of course.
I know.
Oh my god. Yeah, but I find, I've been watching 90 Day for a couple years. It's like it's for sure a guilty pleasure, but this year for some reason, I don't know why, I felt kind of dirty watching the finale. I'm talking about the finale where they all get together and talk. Something about it like hit me wrong. Like, I felt the producers were trying to make every couple look bad and humiliate them. And Memphis and Hamza, who actually are the only couple that, like, they got married, they're having a kid, they seem happy. Like, it was rough going in the beginning, but she wanted that prenup, and it's like they were able to work it out. She became accepted into her family. When you hear about like her early life, like, she really didn't have a good family, and the fact that like this family embraced her and their traditions and culture, like, you could see her getting like choked up, and I'm like, wow, like, they pulled it out. He was very genuine, even though he lied about his age, whatever, it's fine. There are worse lies, like sending naked photos of a girl to the ex. That's like the worst. That's not, I don't know.
I've never ever heard of that.
I've
His
never heard of that either.
explanation on that, Gino was like, I accidentally sent it. I accidentally clicked it along with a bunch of other photos because I get you showing your new or your ex, like, oh, you think that I'm getting over you or I'm going to cry over you? No, look at this hot piece of booty I'm dating now. And you send the photos like, suck on that. I get that. But how do you not know that you've clicked the one? Like, they're pretty out there, especially hers. Okay. Like, it's not like they're hidden.
But the other thing is, I get it, but also at the same time, you are in a new relationship. The fact that you're still talking to your ex
Right.
Like
right.
that's so toxic.
Well, there's
Why are
that.
you speaking to them? Why do you need to feel like you need to throw it in their face that, oh, look at my new girlfriend. She's so hot. Oh my God, look at her. She's so hot.
Yeah.
Because he's still in love with her or is so hurt by her. Whatever the reason is, there is no need to talk to her if you are in a happy relationship.
Also, if he just posted photos of them together on Instagram,
that's more than enough.
That's
Yeah.
the move is I'm gonna post photos of myself with the new woman I'm with, and she would of course see that, and that's it. But what I'm saying is like they were going down the line and everybody was being humiliated.
Mhm.
Everybody was just like nobody came off looking great.
No.
And
No,
you could
but
see-
Ben was the one that shocked me. What
oh
is-
my God, we'll get to Ben. Oh my God.
Let me just read this first. Eric K for $5 says, Chris, Max, love you both. X-ray and Tugs here. It all the time from me. They are getting swollen heads now. Wow.
That's true.
Love you, Eric. Thanks for being here.
Thanks,
dude.
Eric.
Thanks, Eric. That's awesome. But you know, but what I'm saying is that as this show, this sort of live show, which is like, it's like 2 parts, it's like a big deal. So it's like a 4-hour show, 3 hours if you fast forward through the commercials, which I did. But like once it got like, you could see Memphis is just like, I don't feel well. I feel sick. Now it could have been she's pregnant, right? Which is fine. Like that,
Oh yeah,
that happened.
She had the baby already at that
She
point.
had the baby. Okay, so she wasn't pregnant.
No.
I don't know like
Wait,
chronologically
when did
like
they film
when
the
they
talk?
shot it.
They filmed it
Like almost a year ago, I think. But you never know with this; it's all out of order. And you'd always I'd always try to look at like, well, what stage of COVID are we? Like,
Oh,
you know.
he said that he came to the US a month after the baby was born.
Okay, so there you go. All right, I
Yes.
misunderstood. But what I'm saying is that she must have seen the writing on the wall and just said, "I want out. I don't want to be humiliated. I don't want any surprise texts.
Could be.
I want to leave." And she got up in the middle of the show and left. And to me, that's when I felt like, oh, I know why she left. She is kind of disgusted at all the stuff that's happening. And let's not even get into Benjamin. And
That's our last
he's a
couple, by the way.
narcissist. That guy's a narcissist and an asshole. Like, he
Thank
is such a
you.
prick.
Mahogany is no saint either. Don't give me. They're both.
Right.
They're the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard of
Yes.
They
Oh my
deserve
God.
each other.
Did
Anyway.
you watch it today? Did you watch any of the trial today?
No,
I watched
Watch
the
Nick
part
McCabe.
where he talked about the picture of the bed.
Yes. Oh, no. No, I was there.
Hashtag
All I
me
can
poo,
do is
right?
laugh. I mean,
Yeah.
what are you gonna do?
Someone said
I was
me
laughing.
poo, and I'm like, all right, I know exactly what I'm tweeting.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, but you know,
That's a
that
whole
was
different.
good.
You know
Me
what?
poo.
That's a rant I won't go into. But thank
Same.
you. Thank you.
Pen it in. Thanks, Mark. Worst couple.
I went on this rant.
Thank you,
I went on
Mark.
this rant. Was it last week I went on the Johnny Depp rant? I don't remember now. I went on a Johnny Depp rant. Look, she is a terrible person. She is. And she deserves all of this. Absolutely. But you know, so does he. Because I'm old enough to remember when he was a suspect, the prime suspect in River Phoenix's death, because he made his security guards drag River out of the club onto the sidewalk and left him there to die because he knew that if River died in the club, they would shut down his club for a criminal investigation. He's a drug addict. He's an alcohol. Now, look, don't hold people's past against them. I'm a firm believer in that. However, this is not a Robert Downey Jr. situation where Robert Downey changed himself for the better. Johnny has not done that yet. He visits kids as Jack Sparrow. That's real cute. Yay. Anybody can do that. But the videos she took of him smashing glasses, punching walls, calling her names, not that I'm saying she doesn't deserve them because obviously she's crazy. Those are real too. And he has his own demons. They're both toxic as heck. They both have very terrible things that they need to work through. And they both, like, at this point, it just wash it. Put them both in therapy, put them both in the psych ward for a good 6 months and help them because they're both a very hot mess. And I will die on that hill. I will die on that hill because I grew up with Johnny Depp. I'm one of the few of all these people on Twitter who are so young that don't know. I grew up with Johnny Depp and I don't know him personally, but I know his demons. He is not the angel everybody keeps painting him to be. And he went through a terrible ordeal with her. And I'm glad he's standing up for himself and I'm glad he's suing her. He should. But they both need severe therapy. severe therapy. The both of them absolutely just need to lock them away, put them both in white rooms, work out your demons, and come out for the better, because he has not done that yet. He's not pulled a Robert Downey Jr. He's not pulled even Wesley Snipes was that way. He's not pulled a Mel Gibson, a Tim Allen, all of these other actors that have gone through all these terrible, awful things, not in this exact sense, but they've all changed for the better, at least so far. We'll see. And he has not done that yet. And I think that people forget that because they're so caught up in how terrible and how nasty Amber Heard is, which she is. She's an awful human being. But two wrongs don't make a right. And they both need so much help. And I hope they get it. I really do. Because you could barely understand him because of the drugs and the cocaine and the alcohol and all the stuff that he's done to himself over these last 30-ish years at the minimum. He's talking circles on the stand. He sounds like if Joe Biden wasn't president, he would be Johnny Depp. And he's got a point, and he's a victim, which he is. But they both need so much help. They both need so much help. And that's circling back to the topic. Everybody on this freaking show needs so much help is where I'm going with that.
Well, but if I had to pick a team, I would
Rant
be
number
Team
2.
Johnny Depp. Team Johnny Depp would be the team if I had to pick. So there you
If
go.
you had to pick this,
I had to pick.
I'm
Yeah.
with
I'm
you,
Team
but
Johnny.
I also don't believe in he's not perfect either. And there is so many people on the internet right now that think he's some angel that is perfect, has never done any wrong in his life ever. And that's just not the case. Her videos are legit. She's not legit. She's a terrible human and she used them against him, but that does not excuse his behavior. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
He needs help and she needs help. He needs so much help. He's been needing help for decades. He's been needing it, and it's a cry. And I don't know if anybody's reached out to him. I don't know. I don't know his personal stuff. Obviously, he's an actor. I don't know him from Adam, but he needs help. He either needs to go to prison for his, like Robert Downey did, and wake him up a little, or the judge needs to go, you know what?
Yeah.
You have defamed this man and you get your punishment here. Go to therapy, goodbye. Pay him whatever. I sympathize, and you went through this awful abusive ordeal, and you also need help. And they both need help. They need everybody in this situation needs help.
But the thing that we need to circle back
Judge
to,
Tugs.
They need help.
Yeah, Judge
Slamming the hammer down.
the thing that we need to circle back to is the fact that it doesn't matter if they need help. It's that they need to realize they need help. And I think a lot of the people that we are seeing, at least on 9 Day Fiance and maybe Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, is that they think they are angels. They think they do no wrong.
Yeah.
They don't realize the effects that they have on themselves, on their personal lives, and they do what they think is right, and everyone is wrong.
Right.
Which
And
is
she's an
why
awful person. She really is a terrible, awful person. And this is a good point too. She did enable his behavior, which is never a good thing. I don't care who you are. Whatever your ailment is, shopping addiction, as minimum as that, shopping addiction, drugs, alcohol, all of it, whatever. If you have somebody that's enabling you, that's obviously a problem. But it bothers me because people forget, because a lot of these fans and supporters are so young, they forget where he was and who he was and who he's been for quite some time. And it's like, he needs help. She needs help. I mean, she's a lost cause, I think, at this point, but he needs help. And if he can get the right help, which he hasn't gotten yet, and I know he's taken steps, like somebody else had mentioned in the comments, like he's trying to better himself. He has been. There have been steps, but he keeps falling back. So where's the trigger? And that's what he needs. And I think that if the judge is a logical person, if I was their judge at this whole thing, she pays whatever money, whatever it is. She needs to absolutely defamation lawsuit, all that. She gets the book thrown at her. But I also would order him to go to full blown, you will not interact with anybody for a good 6 months therapy.
Well, I think Johnny Depp.
And you need help.
I think Johnny Depp needs someone strong in his life to kind of have some intervention to like fix some of these issues. We don't know if he's doing drugs now. It's very possible that he's not. He seems like a person who seems very honest. Amber doesn't strike me as someone who's honest at all. She seems manipulative, and there's sort of like, not that I was in a relationship that was that bad, but I recognize that personality. And I've seen aspects of the Amber Heard personality in maybe one or two women that I've been with, and it's sad for me to admit that. But yeah, so seeing it was kind of hard for me to watch, but like, yeah, basically this is a self-immolation. And I think he doesn't care about the money. Johnny Depp doesn't care about the money. I don't even know if he cares about winning. He cares about having his day in court. He is now able to, with a wide platform in front of the world, tell his side of the story, which has never been told. And for that, I applaud him, because look,
absolutely.
There is such a thing of domestic abuse towards men that exists.
Yes,
that exists. And, it just exists. Now, have I had experiences that were where I've had, yes. Yeah. I've been in a couple of bad things, and you kind of recognize it after. Yeah. Two toxic people will destroy each other. He needs a structured woman.
I said that last stream. I'm pretty sure it was our last Perverse stream. I said, if you have two toxic people, whether it's the fault of their own or not, who have not gone through healing stages, I don't care what it is, minimum, maximum, in this case is an extreme case, you put them together and you're going to get nothing but a nuclear explosion. Look at Will and Jada.
Yeah.
Amber and Johnny are like the
did I hear a rumor now that they might be divorced are on the road?
Oh, that's the rumor. I doubt it, but we'll see. That's a whole
I think what everyone really needs in these relationships is just some yummy. Can we all agree that some yummy would be from Usman?
We love you, Usman.
No, we do not. We do not want
I have
Usman.
to say, like, he's just such a entertaining person to watch. I mean, very toxic in a lot of ways, but very entertaining.
Sure. I mean, well, he is an entertainer. Like, he's a rap artist, if you want to call him that. So sure, he knows exactly what he's doing. I think the audience knows exactly what he's doing. And unfortunately, what's her name has just gotten caught up in all of this, thinking that he wants her. But his son is a great dude, calling him out.
I love him. Bullshit, and how cute on a female, like, what? Where's his dad?
Her son is really cute.
He came dressed to impress. The only thing is that he does have her like no chin thing going on. That she has, unfortunately. But he's a good looking dude. He was dressed fantastic, I
was not expecting that, because I like her and I adore her, but conventionally she's not like conventionally attractive. And so I thought, oh, okay, well, we'll see how this goes. And he walked on stage and I was like,
but also she is in her 50s. Is she almost 60s?
Yes, she is. That is yes. And that's a factor. But I just mean like structurally, facial structure. And look, I'm not Angelina Jolie, but structure wise, conventionally, she's not like somebody that's going to make people walk into a telephone pole walking down the street. That's just her facial structure. And so I was just shocked when he walked out and I was like, I have questions. Are they blood related? What does his dad look like? I have questions.
you can for sure see the similarities between them, but
there are in here.
The eyes and the chin, I feel like, and maybe the lips a bit, because she has kind of a lip that kind of, I don't know, it's odd, but and like I said, I'm not perfect either. Like, I do not look like an Adonis, but I think for the sake of the show, we can imply that
she's not a traditional word is going for. Like, she's not like Angelina Jolie or even, I dare I say it, a Kardashian walking down the street, right? Most of us aren't, but I think we can all agree that she's not traditionally. Oh my God. So that for him walking, I was like, hold on.
The son looked dapper. He looked good.
Mm-hmm. So I guess we can get into the Kim and Usman relationship and how we feel about that. Because I feel like, okay, so up until the point that she actually left, she forgave him. He sang her a song and, she was so impressed. She's thinking, oh my God, he did a live concert, private little concert. He's in love with me, all this. And I'm just thinking, maybe it could like from 0% to 10% higher, a little higher. And then that call happened.
You're right, Avateno. You're right. She's no I mean, none of us are, but we're all no Margot Robbie, as we can see. Like, right? Okay, right. Traditionally, right. There you go. That's what I was thinking of. Turns the heads. Margot Robbie walks down the street and guys go, and they walk into telephone poles. Like, there's a spectrum. It's nothing wrong with admitting that. There is a spectrum, and Margot Robbie is at the height of it. Okay? It's true. It's true.
Oh, Mark, everyone is a better couple than Ben and Mahogany.
Oh my God, Max has been waiting so long to rant about Mahogany.
and I'll keep it in. I don't need to say anything.
It's our last couple. It's our last couple.
Well, so Kim and Usman, he has a type. He likes older white ladies.
Well, I didn't watch season 4, so I'm on season 4
I did.
right now.
I watched season 4, so I saw him, and it was the same thing. He likes older white ladies that are bossy. So she's bossy and treats him like a child, and he likes that. Part of him likes that, I guess. But and then when he made that call to Zara, just to kind of like, it's like he didn't really close the deal necessarily with Kim, as he was just like, well, kind of throwing out to Zara, which reminds me, I love to shop at Zara. They have great men's clothes. People only think of it as women's clothes. The sizes are all European sizing, which is much more precise. If you go there to get shirts and clothes. Anyways, I'm sorry. We
like Zara, yeah.
But so he contacted that Zara, which seems like, well, like maybe they're a match. They're closer in age, right? But she didn't see. Apparently, they've never met. No. So when he did that, it's just like, I don't know. Was that a breach? Like maybe he should have. Like I don't understand how these couples take like such a short time to be committed. Like I just feel like the one thing you learn, like after a while, is like you want to kind of take it slow and then it organically progresses. Yeah. And all of these are so fast. Is it because they're on a TV show? Is it because there's some pressure? Memphis like had all this pressure, like I want to be married. And I warmed up to her after, but all the other couples on this show I thought were awful. Usman, I actually like. I think he's entertaining. Yeah. I think he's also very honest, but I don't think he's super into Kim.
No.
He
likes Zara. He wants Zara.
He wants a Zara type person because Kim is, Nigerian culture. Maybe they want to have kids. Like if you're carrying on the name, all this stuff. And I think that naturally most people want to have kids, but like the women and the men, they think of it a Disney film, the princess meets the prince, something happens and they resolve it and then they get married. Yeah. And they're like, oh my God, I want that so bad. But it's just a piece of paper. It doesn't mean that they commit to you any more than just saying, I commit to you. And I think that
oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I was saying I think that people are conflating marriage with commitment, like permanent commitment.
And didn't they talk about that he could have kids with a second wife?
Yes.
She was like,
I'm okay with it. I can get with it.
I would consider him marrying or being with a second person to have kids because she cannot give him kids. And I'm just like, maybe we look at a man our own age in the same demographic, because obviously she has a type. If we look at her son, right? She's got a type. There are older, yummy type in her age range that look a certain way.
For sure.
You know what I mean? Like, why?
Usman, yeah, like you guys said, he is not interested in Kim. He's interested in coming to America because that's why he was on the season 4 was because I think he was probably looking for
Yes.
the same thing.
Yes.
Expanding his audience.
And so he's getting his audience because he is getting his music listened to, his social media, he's getting his platform out there. And like you said, Chris, like he's entertaining and people kind of flock to him because they're like, man, this guy's he's
I think he's charming.
endearing, he's charming.
Very charming.
Yeah, charming. I think he's
I mean-
I think he's also like honest. You see the way that he talks to his people. You know, he's had a couple conflicts with them, but he's trying to be the mediator. You know what I mean? He's trying to mediate. Plus, he got a PS5 and a new MacBook Pro. And I keep saying, like,
Is what
I
I
feel
would
like
like.
women, take your cues from Kim. Get your boyfriend a PS5 and
he'll love you.
They
But I
would-
have to say, I
that's a
have
good
to
thing. I give her props for that.
I have to respect the fact that when they broke up, he brought that back. He could have just kept
Well,
it.
true. Yes, he did.
That's
Queen-
true.
Queen Kimbali.
Kimball!
Kimball.
I like it. The red letters at the bottom. He'll put Kimball.
Hey, Biggles Mets. Hey, what's up?
Samurai for $2 paying the stream. Thank you, Samurai.
Cool.
Thank
Thank you.
you.
Samurai.
Yeah, I want a PS5. I want my
How do you
own.
get? Wait, someone told me a tip of how to get a PS5, but swore that I should not say it because once it gets out, everybody. I mean,
Then
if
it's
you
not
try
a
to,
tip
you never know.
anymore.
It's not real. Well, he was just like, look, don't tell anybody this until you get your own, because after that, like, once that's out, the secret's out. Like, there's a way to get it. So,
Interesting.
Okay, this is a good point though.
mhm.
How old is the woman that he went? Hi, Bubba. How old is the woman that he went after the first time he was on the show?
Lisa, she was
We
in
know?
her 50s
Lisa.
too.
Yes, Lisa.
Because this is an interesting thing. See, I love third party people. They bring up stuff. You're like,
53 years old at the time
Yeah.
of the
So
episode.
there you go.
So here's the thing. I think everybody, for the most part, knows that women are on a clock, right? We just are. And when you're over 50 and older, 45 and older, let's round it down. 45 and older, it's very, very hard to conceive and or bear children. So why, if that's a cultural thing, like she says, and that might be just her going off of knowledge, unlike Ella, she's researched the Nigerian culture kind of thing. Why does he go after older women if he wants a family?
Well, wait. What about other birthing people? Why can't you have a baby?
Thank you.
Stop
Finally,
it.
Oh my
we have
God.
someone who
I have
is
no.
speaking.
Oh, Jesus.
Come on.
We have to be correct here.
Can you
Thank
not?
Chris.
Thank you.
I've been trying to educate these two for the past hour and 2 hours now.
God.
Birth-
For birthing
It's
people,
become a thing. It's just so funny. I don't know. I just laugh at stuff now. I'm just like, whatever.
It'll be
Yeah.
very interesting. Speaking on like a medical standpoint, because like we've been trying to curate better words to say when this happens, and as of right now, our general demographic is like 50 and older, and there's not as many different LGBTQ plus IA whatever in terms of having to figure out, you know, do I have to ask about pregnancy? Do I have to like are they female turned male, male turned female? Like I have to know these sort of things to address their medical needs.
Oh
So it'll
my
be interesting when we get to that point,
Yeah.
because I'm already seeing it slowly integrated. So
I just would like to interject just like real quick. Max, the other guy vying for your affections, Matt,
Mm-hmm.
says, I used to watch 90 Day back in the day.
wait, where?
What?
Where did he say that?
Did he?
My
Was
text
that like a
message.
DM? Oh, okay.
But he used to watch
Um,
90 Day, unlike Johnny. I'm just saying.
Chris, there are two fine gentlemen that are in the chat that are vying for my hand in marriage in Vegas. We're gonna see which one
There
of
you
them.
go.
Yep, which one of
You'll
them?
know.
You'll see.
Yeah. So, Matt, if you're still watching, if you're still hanging out, you got the cards are in your favor, my friend. But I still, you know,
Marine watches
yeah.
90 Day Fiance. Easy on the eyes. I'm just
we're
saying.
both Marines. We're
Oh my
both got
Wear
the nice.
silkies.
We both wear silkies. We both have the nice beard going. You know, there's a lot in your favor, but I don't know, man. Johnny still has my heart, so we gotta
Opposites attract, I guess. Good
what the,
Wow.
but yeah, so that's the joke going around right now, Chris. So
You
sorry.
can have
Really?
kids.
Shield wall, to be honest with you, from your lips to God's ears. So, from your lips to God's ears.
I
Well,
know
I think
someone
you
at
could-
53.
You could maybe, if Drunk 3PO or Ryan Cannell gets super drunk, you could take them to a drive-through and get the both of them married.
Drunk
Yeah.
can
Yeah.
officiate.
I thought you were going somewhere completely different with that, and I was like, heck no.
No. Here's the thing. I know this. I know. Okay. If you go to, like, you could go to Graceland Chapel, you could get married. Now what you do is you do the ceremony, like the fun thing, and have them get married and take photos, but you don't register it with the state, so it's not legal. It's literally like you're doing a ceremony for fun. So who do you think we could get? Let's see, there's Ryan. Because I always love when he like freaks out and gets like super pissed
They
off.
did at Disney.
I feel like Jay would be
What?
willing to do it more than Ryan would.
It could be
Chrissy?
like a fundraiser if you get a certain amount of money. Like Ryan Cannell could, like marry Jay. That would be hilarious. And you get the two of them just passed out and then have them. That'd be hilarious. Yeah.
I've always said
Okay.
this, that Ryan fell in love with Jeremy and moved across the country to be with Jeremy.
Why will that
that's
do he
true.
marries?
That's absolutely fact.
That's
Mhm.
true.
Just think of like the
CJ is
Serious for
also
a minute.
spitting facts.
if they actually got married, he would be like a protective shield. He could make fun of anybody. And nobody could call him out. It's like, what? You're gonna make fun of a gay guy? You can't do it.
Okay, I'm married. I'm married to a man.
I'm
yeah,
married.
exactly.
What? You're gonna make fun of my husband? If Ryan did it just to be able to make jokes,
Just to
he
be a
would want-
meme.
just to be like, I
Yeah.
feel like that could happen.
Let's
We'll
get it
have to
started.
see. We're
Yeah.
gonna go to
Wait, when is
Vegas. at some
Vegas? When is
point.
Vegas? When
Fun
does that
fact.
happen?
Fun fact.
August, I want to say.
She's already dating somebody.
Oh, Jeremy Wormy says Ryan should marry Mike. Epic Mike.
Oh!
Oh, Epic Mike. There you
Even
go.
Ooh.
better.
I feel like Mike would just bury him like you did, Josiah.
So when
Wow.
is Vegas? When is Vegas? I'm just
So Gary said tentative dates on a live stream. So I feel comfortable saying this. Somewhere around his birthday, August. So
like around Star Trek Vegas.
where it was last year.
He
Yeah.
usually
That
does
sounds
the
fun.
meetups.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I'll go.
Yeah.
He usually does
Ooh.
the meetups around the time of the Star Trek convention. That's usually
I'll
his-
drive there. I'll go.
Yes! I want to be in person so bad.
Definitely going. 100% go.
I would
Be
love
great.
to see this.
Oh, yeah.
Andrew Matthews for £2 says Ryan could marry Harley.
Right.
You
Oh
gotta
my
bring Harley though.
That'd be so cute. I can't. She can't go on a plane because
Oh,
her face,
Her
like she
condition,
can't
yeah.
breathe.
I feel like
That would be so great.
Harley deserves better.
She does.
yeah, Harley does.
She does.
She deserves the
does.
best.
Mm-hmm. She's not got a lot left in her life, so I want her to enjoy it. And being a Ryan is maybe a little toxic.
Maybe we can
Her,
do Max. He's open.
mhm.
I said maybe
you
we
know-
get her to marry Max. He's open.
You want to throw Harley in that?
As much as I think Harley deserves the best, there's one person who I think deserves the worst, and that's Mahogany. No, I'm kidding.
Wow.
Just to kind of get back on
Wow.
track.
First of all, I don't like either of them. Benjamin
Correct.
is a creep.
He's
He
a
had this
weirdo and a
beautiful
creep. Yeah.
family. Maybe get divorced, but be a responsible dad.
Yeah.
Find a woman that is near where you live at least, or just something
Yeah.
like I don't know, just like God, dude, and then he goes after this girl who's half his age
Yeah.
and incredibly immature. She was playing and toying with him, and he was trying to be super pushy. And the whole thing of well, it's God's plan. That was just the worst. That was just
Yeah.
You-
dude, God's plan is not for you to be with a 22-year-old.
Dang.
He-
God's
okay.
plan, no.
She was so right that he puts the blame on everyone else, never
Right.
on him. So I have to give it to her for realizing this, that it's never your exes, it's never this, it's never that. So it's always his decision, but he likes to say, oh, no, I didn't decide this. This is just the way it is.
And also,
I'm a good guy.
Good for her for being honest with Jessica, Ben's friend, who I would love to slide into her DMs. I might. And just be like, girl, you rock. But I will give Mahogany props to being like, oh, is this the friend you were talking crap about to me? And Jessica
Red
was
flag.
Yeah.
Excuse me?
No, I don't know. I look at
no,
Benjamin. Sorry, what?
No, go ahead. Sorry.
So I look at Benjamin, I go like, oh, this reminds me of just like some douchey Hollywood producer. Like it's just such a typical thing. And you know, and the worst part was him giving advice to all the other couples. It's like,
oh my god,
it's
it's
thing
so
you want to do is take advice from
preachy.
this dude.
Like, what? How can you, as someone who obviously your relationship, everything that was brought up till that point, they didn't know they were together at that point. But still, how can you tell other people how to live their life when your life is not going so hot?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Take advice from that guy. It's not like he's in a happy marriage. It's been, no. But the one thing is he was never accountable for his own behavior at all. It's almost like Benjamin was like a woman.
What do you mean by that? Oh my god.
Sorry, a birthing person?
Birthing person.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
The interesting, because then he also was saying like, well, I was a marriage counselor and a pastor, and so I have dealt with these things before, and I'm just like, I feel so bad for the couples that had to be in those rooms with him and granted, like I said, like you said, Chris, I hate both of them. I do not like either one of them, and I recognize Ben's faults. Hey, Lej. I recognize Ben as a weirdo pervert creep for being like so into this younger woman. Oh, nice, Eric. Okay, I'll set it. Everyone set it on your calendar.
Is that official, Eric? Though, like, where'd you get this?
We're going with it. Somewhere between those dates.
Somewhere between those dates.
Late August.
It's unofficial.
If you Google the Star Trek convention, it's usually around that same time.
Yeah, but I don't want to go to that Star Trek convention. I've been before,
you don't have to.
and I'm like, I'm never going back. It was fine. And then my girlfriend and I went there. We stayed at the Rio. What a horrible hotel.
Oh no.
You know, my favorite part about the Rio though is there's a wine cellar in their basement, top notch.
Well,
the hotel is a mess, but the wine cellar is great.
The pool wasn't bad, but they put us on this floor initially when we went to the Rio. We didn't know this at the time when we came up there. There's this really weird smell. We come to find out that's the floor they put everybody who has pets. So it was pets peeing on the carpet at the Rio. And it was like, I think it was like the third floor when you go up, and I'm like, something is wrong. And I am like, sometimes I embarrass my girlfriend because we'll go to a restaurant and they'll try to seat us. I'm like, that's not a good seat. I want to sit over there. Like, I'm very direct about like what if I'm like, nope, I don't want that hotel room. No, we're changing rooms. I'll go through the inconvenience because it's worth it. You get a better room or you get a better seat at the restaurant. So I get to be an asshole for good, not evil, because I want the best for my lady.
No,
so
I think that's smart.
It was so she was just like willing to like, oh, whatever. I'm like, no way. And it was like that horrible ammonia type smell. You know what I'm talking about? Like, it's just bad. So I said, yeah, we're moving. And then we did. And yeah, but I can be annoying that way. I'm very particular.
No, I think you're just being upfront.
Yeah, there you go.
Plan for this date range.
All right, I'm gonna put it in my calendar.
I would plan for that date range. If Gary is talking to me, he's mentioned a couple times. It's not official, but I would plan for that time. That would be fine. And also, I would plan for that now because as somebody who lives here, Vegas is popping in August. It's
okay. So
she knows she was here last August. It's very busy in August.
Although it was quieter.
It was. It's everybody like right before school.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Well, yeah.
I was gonna say too, just
Mahogany.
and we don't have to go to Ben and Mahogany yet if we don't want to.
No, go. We're on it. Go.
Okay.
I know you want to rant. Please. I want to hear
Well,
this.
my,
Normally
so
I rant. I want to hear somebody else rant. Please.
and I said this in our chat, but Mahogany is a and I won't use all of the terms that I called her, but she is a immature, abhorrent, I mean manipulative, terrible person. She is young and I don't want to say privileged, but no one has ever probably frowned at her. She has always gotten what she's wanted, and the reason why she's able to do that is through her manipulation, whether it's through money or her looks or her status or whatever. But what it wouldn't have angered me so much if no one called her out on, hey, why did you have an Airbnb? No one addressed that.
No.
Why did you not talk to Ben when Ben was just trying to say, hey, I think you lying about your age was something I want to talk about that. Can we talk about that? And she goes, sorry, bye. And then just leaves like an immature little child. And I'm like, why are you not having a conversation with this person?
Why did she ignore him for a day and a half when he arrived?
Thank you.
Almost 2 days.
Like,
and then
that's
you know what? Now that I think about it, that may have been 2 days, may have been the time it took for her to get that Airbnb.
Oh no.
Potential, but then leaving him in San Bartolo or whatever it was too, like
Oh my god,
dipping out like six hours of a car ride.
Why did he accept that behavior? He should have just said, "Look,
yes,
like, dude, these aren't red flags. These are like giant red buildings. Like, dude, run away. She's manipulative, immature. It doesn't appear as if she's ever been in any serious relationship. All this chatter on their little, chat thing, talking, that was the drug. That was the dopamine. She didn't ever want a real relationship.
No.
So, by the way, another fun thing, can I just say
$1,000? Like,
yes, no, she's so full of shit, but I think he's just as bad or worse.
Yeah.
Here's a fun thing.
That's the narcissist in him.
Exactly. So here's this fun thing. So this, and just, we know Ryan Cannell's not going to watch this. Not watching this at all.
Not.
Or anyone from FNT. But so, okay, I saw a weird trick that somebody did on TikTok using this text-to-speech app. So we got to come up with a prank in Vegas. And everyone in the chat, and by the way, who's the guy who said I'm a Karen at a restaurant? Not true. First of all, I'm friends with owners at restaurants. I am very particular about what I like. I also tip 20% plus everywhere I go. I'm just direct about what I want, and I'm nice about it. It's all about how you ask, right?
Oh,
and if you ask, you get good service. Like I don't want to say, if I have a friend like Ryan who always gets bad service, and it's so weird, and it's one of those things where it's like, I don't know what it is.
It's not weird. He's the way he approaches it, even before they mess it up.
Well, you can feel an energy from people.
He's very aggressive.
I don't know, like,
maybe
Ryan's not even close to like my friend, but I have this friend, like, and I'll be on a plane, I'll get free drinks, I'll go to a restaurant. I make friends with whoever, because I don't know, I just love people. But I have this one friend that will get like jealous of me because like it's like I'm this guy that like I have a 4-leaf clover and all the good luck is coming my way and everything bad happens to this friend, but they have such a negative attitude that they bring it on themselves. But aside fun thing that we can do, and everyone in the chat, especially Eric, please keep this a secret. We are going to play a prank. Here's what the prank's going to be, and we got to figure this out. What we'll do is we're going to use this text-to-speech thing. We're going to call Ryan or Gary's phone, and we're going to come up with a story. And it's going to say, wait. Okay, this is what I put in here. But listen to this for a sec.
Hello, this is a collect call from the Pasadena police station. Chris Gore is waiting to speak to you from jail. Please press 1 to accept the charges.
Okay, could we come up with a thing?
You know Jeremy's going to fall for that. Ryan, I love Ryan, but
Jeremy, we do this, and we pick somebody, and it could be Ryan. It could be whoever, and we leave that message. So they'll get it on their voicemail because he knows he's not going to answer.
Jeremy,
Wait, can we do this like a live stream? Well,
Jeremy
maybe not a
will
live
fall
stream.
for it.
Yes, please.
I would love to. Well, it depends on
gotta
who
set-
the person is.
You got to set your phone to unknown. He probably wouldn't answer it, but
Mhm.
what he probably would do is listen to the message later or delete it or see the transcript. But
Jeremy would
we
fall
got
for
it.
it.
We got to play.
Jeremy
you
or
think Jay
Jay.
would do it?
I think Jay would fall for it.
He would. Okay, cool.
That would be the only two. Ryan won't fall for it. But
This is
Jeremy,
how they
or
do.
Jay would.
Like when you get your call out of jail, that's how they do it now. It's all automated.
Mhm.
It's like you call so-and-so, you fill in your name, and they just send like a robocall. So we have to do.
Oh my
God. I'm such a
I think
fan
so.
of like
Pranks.
Pranks.
these. Can I tell you an example of a dumb joke that I played on a friend of mine a couple like years ago, and we still laugh about the joke? So I typed up an email to my friend, right? Just a note. I printed out the email and I put it in an envelope with a stamp on it. I mailed it to him. And then a week later, I called him and I asked him if he got my email. It's
Really?
okay. It was literally a printout of like
I see what you did
like
there.
the field. I just took the field and I just printed out the email and then mailed it to them.
And did he say like, oh yeah, I got it? Or
Did you say, oh, did you get my email? It's like, so I called him. It's like, did you get my email? He burst out, and we still years later still laugh about that
That's
stupid
so
joke.
Funny.
That is
that's
funny.
awesome. That
It's-
is pretty good.
It's
I
really
like that.
fun if you do that. It's such a ridiculous.
Well,
Yeah.
too, because it's like it's pretty harmless, but it's pretty creative. Like that's like at least like when I had to think about it and go like that's pretty funny. Like that if I were to actually receive an email in a letter, I would get a kick out of that.
So we have to play this joke on Jay or whatever. But how do we get like them
I
on
think
camera,
Jay
like
will go for it.
listening to it, like and
We
then
need to get someone else who is there with them.
Right. Okay, so this all has to be set up. This is one of those long cons. A long con. This is like, this is a fun grift, so to speak, but it's got to be captured on camera. We may have to bring in some other people.
I
We have
think,
to bring-
okay, so if we keep this quiet, guys,
Yeah.
I think if we did.
As we're live on stream.
Yes. Shh, guys, keep this quiet. So it would be great to use we'll not do live streams so that they can use my real name. Y'all know me when I get drunk and,
Mhm.
I think it would be kind of plausible. We blah 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 in Vegas. She needs help. Who would I have called?
Right.
Just saying.
But also, who do you think would be in jail? Like Ryan. Ryan would
Ryan.
probably. Yeah, I was
Ryan.
going to say of all the people to say, oh yeah,
100%.
Ryan's going to jail.
It
So
has
if
to be
it was
Ryan.
Ryan, and it was that computer voice, and you called Jay. It's like hilarious.
Oh yes.
because you know he's going to play it for like everybody.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? Like if it happened during
Oh,
a
I could be
stream,
like, hey guys, look.
And
what
I
just did."
have
oh my
Jay's
god, I just got
picture.
like listen to this, and then like
Oh, yeah.
everybody listen. We got to pull this off, please. People in the chat, don't say anything. So
Also, people
Hey, Rogue
who
Disney.
watch this part, I mean, it's 2.5 hours in. Who knows?
yeah, you'll get but like this has got to be a long game. I'll have to go through like a lot of the dumb stuff that I've done in the past and see what I could recycle to.
Once we
You know.
figure out where we all are staying, in that sense, we could develop this.
Yes, let's develop it. We're going to be story producing all these just goofy,
It's gonna happen.
fucked up shit that's going to happen. Yeah. Yeah. I can't wait. I'm in. I'm
I
in.
cannot wait.
Jay would
Um,
fall for it. I think Jeremy might hesitate and be like, wait, what? But I don't know if he would fall for it completely. Jay absolutely would. If we play
Okay,
it
good.
right and we do it like from an unknown, like if it comes from an 800, if we can disguise it as an 800 number or whatever the police
Right.
department numbers use. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Because look, some people walk into an establishment and have an aura of, I'm going to make trouble. And there's other people like Chris and Buzzed R2. For those of you who follow Park Hoppin', Lee, Buzzed R2, has friends all over Disney Springs that are like managers of all these different restaurants. He's the same way. He makes friends with all these different restaurant people and he gets like free drinks and he gets these upgraded tables.
It happens to me all the time. I get upgraded at hotels. I just talk to people like they're human instead of like you're a robot or a worker, or people come in with attitude. And I see it because I worked customer service. I worked at a video store. I worked at restaurants when I was a kid. I had newspaper routes for a decade from the time I was 9 through the age of 19. So I just feel like I know, like I've been on the other side. I feel like every American should be forced to do retail. So you understand, one, you don't want to do that job, but two, you appreciate, and people who work in service jobs, I always appreciate them, like, because I've had that job. I've done service jobs. Yep. So, you know, I know what it's like to be treated like shit. So there you go. And also, like, no one's intentionally trying to screw stuff up. Stuff happens, you know, whatever it is. You just got to be chill and cool. Yeah. So, yeah. Yep. Exactly. Oh my God, we're gonna have so much fun in Vegas. I'm gonna map out all the dumb stuff that we're gonna do. I'm gonna have a few more pranks too.
I'm excited.
Can we have a sword fight then? Ryan Kindle and I had a sword fight. We
with
our drink.
I was like,
no, literally, I want to use a sword, and
the swords that you drink out of.
Yes.
From
Excalibur.
Like are those the
there for that?
ones? Yeah. Mm-hmm. See, I really love, what's that street that you go to and it's just like, it's sort of wild, it's all outside and everybody's like super plastered with like the comical, like it's like a cowboy boot that's this tall, you know? Fremont Street. I love Fremont Street. I love the chaos. I love the you know, I love it. I get out my my Vegas bingo card and I'm like, there's the guy in the wheelchair with the oxygen tank. Check. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? It's like you see everything in Fremont. And this is what's great about Vegas is you'll see people at the top of their game. You'll see celebrities and players, and you'll see the worst of humanity kind of just like woven in, and the sadness, the sort of
all
sadness.
Within an hour.
All like, exactly. And it's just like, that's what Vegas is, you know? Yep.
Especially when you're walking through, like you're going back to your hotel room, it's 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning, and you're seeing the people that are just alone on the slot, just still pulling that lever.
Going
like,
at it.
And you look at the ashtray and they're like 30, you know, there's like a pack of them. Yep. And you know that they've been there all night, and you're just like, man, this is dark, you know? But
I don't know what's more dark, those people or the people when you're going back to your room in your hotel room and they're like passed out in the hallway.
Oh yeah, like not even in the room. Yeah,
I don't know what's more dark, but it gets pretty dark after 2 a.m. Just go to bed.
Yeah. If you know what time it is, that's the other thing.
Yeah.
Fun fact.
We were at Millennium Fandom Bar for a good. I mean, I don't think I remember leaving till midnight.
Nope.
No, we got there was daylight the first night, and then I asked, right? And I just remember going to eat food. I'm like, I'm either gonna sleep or eat. I don't know. Wow, Jeremy Wormy.
I mean, he's not wrong.
Always eat so you can keep going.
Yeah.
Like those late night, breakfast.
The food at the Fandom Bar is pretty good.
I love the Fandom Bar. But here's the thing about Vegas that people don't really realize until you get it pointed out to you, and then you can't unsee it. If you go to Vegas, the next time you're in Vegas, anybody in the hotels that you're at, there's A, no windows except for your room, and B, no clocks. And we do that on purpose because you don't know what time it is. So in your head, you're thinking, oh, I got here at 3. It must be 4 p.m., 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. When in reality, it's like 11, 12 at night, and you've gambled a crap ton of savings, and you have no idea what time it is. It's a psychological thing. Vegas is, from a psychological standpoint, it's effed up.
Yeah.
But there are no clocks and there are no windows in any of the casinos, unless you're leaving or you're in your hotel room. There are no windows, no clocks, period. And that's done psychologically so that you don't realize how much time has passed when you're gambling, when you're boozing and gambling, like all of it. Like do
you want to know another thing about the carpets? The carpets are intentionally made to be ugly and confusing. So you don't look at them. So your eye line is you're looking ahead. You're not looking at the carpet because it's just like Yeah, that's on purpose. So,
And all the lights from all the slots and all that.
yeah.
Now, I don't know. Talking about psychological, can we talk about Jasmine and Chino?
Ooh.
Oh, my
Or-
Chino, my
Yeah.
Chino, my Chino.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Okay.
I actually think there's something sweet about them. There are a couple that will fight, but they'll always make up because they're getting the worst stuff out now. The thing that he did, the worst thing, it's not cheating. It's not cheating, but sending photos of her to the ex as an FU, like, dude, just post photos of the two of you together on Instagram. That is the end of that. You know what I mean? Like, he didn't. That was really bad. It was a breach in trust. And I heard, correct me if I'm wrong, if you can go on you go on Reddit and it's all this like inside info about the show. But I heard that she lost her job because those photos like surface.
Well, she's a teacher.
Right,
I could totally see that
She was a teacher. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And she did say that too. She's like, my job's on the line. Like, this is not okay.
Yeah.
So
I think I had I told the girls earlier, but because we were talking about Mike and how we think that he might be somewhat on the spectrum, maybe socially awkward or a bit autistic. I think personally that our man Chino here, I think he is very high on the spectrum. Like I think
Bingo.
He does not understand social cues, his facial expressions and his actions, his reasoning for things is not, it's just not there. Like he's just not, so that was what I kept seeing. And of course, Jasmine has, we've seen Jasmine. Her attacks.
He's the Ryan
and
Panel of Colombia, or Panel, rather.
She makes Ryan look tame. Like her rants.
When she gets upset, she physically gets upset too.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Her face, her like how she starts moving. It's very it's a sight to see. I mean, she is, very, very
passionate
intense.
Person.
Yeah. But I mean, when you deal with someone like Gino, I think, I don't want to say it's warranted, but I could understand why she would be so furious at some of these things. But I think she also has to know, like, hey, the guy you're dating is probably not really all there. I don't know, but there's something else. I mean, it's funny because even at the tell all, like she would be like, Gino is, he's embarrassing. He's he's this and he's that. And then anytime anyone called Gino out for being like, that's messed up, dude, she would be like, hey, bitch, why don't you stop talking about my man? It would go back and forth. So she's always the one who's like making fun of him, but like no one else can talk about him the way she does.
He has that weird nasally kind of Michigan voice. I know, because I'm from Michigan, and that kind of like that weird nasal voice.
And then when he laughs
appropriately. And then the other thing is the weird thing with the hat. Like the guy, like he's not a bad looking guy if you take the hat off. I mean, look at Patrick Stewart. There's plenty of men with no hair. Other women with no hair that look pretty good.
I love how Mike's
Jada
like,
Pinkett
just
Smith.
accept it. It's fine.
It's fine, but like I love when like she took the hat from him and he immediately went in the bag and got another hat. And put it right on.
My buddy called it his tactical hat because he had it like ready, like just ready to go.
Oh my god, that hat! But the contrast, because like Mike, it doesn't even care. Like he embraces his baldness.
Yeah.
And Gino's just like.
But
I know.
The different thing about Gino though is it's not even bad because he shaves his head. It's that he shaves up until probably
oh
like
my God,
right here. So he only leaves
shaves
that
what he
spot,
sees. He only shaves what he sees.
Yes, yeah. But like the other thing is like, wouldn't you want to leave like some sideburn or something? No, he shaves that whole thing, and except for the back. It is such an odd thing, which is also why I think he must be on the spectrum or something, because that is not, I don't know. But that when I first saw that, I was shocked. I didn't know what to think.
I thought for sure that he was just going bald naturally. At first, I thought, well, maybe it's just like because there are guys out there who go bald naturally and they have like these
Mhm.
patches. But a normal guy just shaves those patches off like to match, because at that point you might as well just give in. You know what I mean? This
Yeah.
guy was like, "Oh no, I need to save this little tiny piece to make like a tiny
Well, because
ponytail." or
if he
whatever.
puts his hat on, it looks like he has hair.
Mhm.
Yeah,
I think that's why he does it.
It's
maybe.
an illusion of the
Them.
looking.
But I think there have been plenty of men, you know, in whatever media and in real life who are bald who look good, and he should just
Yeah.
embrace it, you know, like
Oh,
It's
yeah.
I would-
Jacob, let's go.
exactly. So I don't know why. I don't know. It's just it's funny in the show. It's 100% funny, but I don't know. Like, okay? I don't know if we're wrapping up here, but I started watching the new 90 Day.
Oh God, I haven't even
Oh.
looked at it.
Yeah.
Let me look at this.
What
Discovery
were the
Plus.
characters of this one?
There
And
Is
they-
there, please tell me Alina's back. Lena?
Is it the other way, or is it just 90
it's
Day?
90 Day.
Oh God.
90 Day Fiance, not before the 90 days. This is
Okay.
after. So now they're getting together. They're going to see. But the one, yeah,
Oh, they're one episode
wait.
only out.
one
before we go
episode
further-
in, and it just started.
It just started.
Before we go
I
further,
haven't started
though,
drinking yet.
Catherine
I haven't
brings
started
up a good point.
What's that? Oh, yeah.
Oh, hey,
Yeah.
no. I finished my what
You
is it,
finished
24
one?
124 ounce. That's not bad.
Oh,
That's pretty good. actually.
Yeah.
Jesus, fix it.
This is my third stream back to back. If I had
That's
done Gary's
fine.
show, it would have been my
Wow.
fourth.
Poor
And
then
Chris
after
Gore
this,
said
you're
That's
gonna-
an excuse. Max does not.
All right. Well, I'm no Ricada Law. Nick Ricada's like always on
Oh.
my YouTube. I'm like, dude, when do you like? You're always on. Like, what?
what?
guy
Never
is like,
sleeps.
what's
Never.
that? Yeah. Well, he's also this is a big time of year for him with the trial. He's
Herd
probably
and,
Oh, yeah.
yeah. So he needs to be visible. So
For sure.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So, I was just because I think you were talking about the new 90 Day.
new 90
So
days just started.
is it our same couples, but now just so it's
Whole new
totally
couple.
different.
Whole new
New
couple.
couples.
Okay.
New
Oh,
couples.
wow.
Because the whole thing is before the 90 days, if you don't make it, they're not coming
Mhm.
to America. Right.
No.
Like a bunch of those couples, the whole thing with which is why I think Before the 90 Days is a better show, because the whole conflict is, will you even work out? Will you
Yeah.
even work out? Now, these are all couples that have decided to be together. They've either gotten married or are about to get married, and now they need to come to America. Right. So all of these couples that are introduced in the new season, it's just 90 Day Fiance. They have to come over. They're all coming to meet. One guy, I think it's already disaster in the making. He's actually kind of wealthy. I wouldn't say wealthy, but the guy's got some money. And he
Well,
definitely, he's well off. He's got his shit together. He's got some money. And he wants to make sure that the girl that's coming over wants him for him. So he got like his old childhood house. He got like a terrible like van. Like he wants to sort of test her. It's really like, dude, I think he's being dishonest.
So, like Joe Millionaire? Where the
Like a
guy
Joe
pretended
Millionaire
to not
thing.
be in there?
he's playing a game, pretending he's not rich.
Yes, he's playing a game, pretending he's not rich, when actually he has a very nice house, several cars. He's, real estate. Like he's a successful
Not Joe
guy.
Millionaire. Oh my
That's yeah. I mean,
So
you don't
he's gonna-
have to pretend.
I know. So he's going to test this girl. So you see in the next episode, she arrives and like, ew, she's like seeing the place and it's like gross. Like, it's
Wow.
like the kind of thing how I react if I ever stay at a Courtyard Marriott. I can't do it. That's terrible. I would never stay at a Courtyard Marriott.
Here's
It's
the deal.
the worst.
I feel like, I don't know, and maybe I'm coming from this from a naive standpoint, but I feel like if you have money, whether you're like a bazillionaire like Elon Musk, and it doesn't matter, but if you have money, you shouldn't have to lie, because you're going to find out pretty quickly, maybe not super quickly, but pretty quickly, whether or not that woman is there for the money or for you. Like Jasmine has done her red flags in regarding to 90 Day Fiance. She's said her red flags about being able to pay and like, oh, you can't afford this vacation. Why not? You know what I mean? Ximena had her red flags, you know, where little comments that women make in general, which we do, about money and status and whatever, why lie? To me, I don't know. Maybe to me, put it all out there and see who's real. I don't know. Maybe I'm
But
back.
the thing is, some people don't read into the flags, though.
Well,
clearly.
You're absolutely right, because one, she should just know who he is. It's gonna like come out anyways. Why put on some charade where he's pretending to be poor when he isn't? The second thing is, it's gonna be a breach of trust, where it's like, well, how can I trust you? I literally flew from another country, came here, and you put me up in this garbage place as a way to test me. That shows you don't trust me. And it was bad, yeah. But like, that is an element, right? Okay, money does mean something. But
it does.
It's you know, I feel like, you know, I mean, unfortunately, just lay this out, but like a lot of guys, men go for looks, women go for status. That's just, I'm sorry, it's a truth.
It's true.
No, preach.
And that's fine. I've talked about this before. There is a reason. There are mostly younger women, not so much the older women, but we've been indoctrinated in a different way, and that's a whole nother rant. But younger women go for older guys with status and money. And that doesn't necessarily mean Bezos, Elon Musk, that type of money, but money, right? There's a reason for it, because it's stable, it's secure, it's all of these things. And so if you are that way, like in this 90-Day Fiance case, you should be open about it, so that way you can find out. Because either way, women are going to red flag you and make comments, whether you are honest about your money or you lie about the money. We're going to make, we just are. We're going to make comments about it, because at the end of the day, whether it's true or not, society has ingrained in our brains, especially the ladies, women or money equals everything. If you have a man that has money, it's done. Whether he's a good person or not, it doesn't matter. He's got money. And so if you come out and you say, I have money, you're going to have a girl that's going to be like, oh, okay. And she'll make little comments like, oh, let's order the $70 bottle of wine or the $200 bottle of wine or whatever, instead of the $10 bottle of wine.
Look, you can get champagne from Costco for $8.99. That's pretty good.
Yes,
I've had mimosas.
Andre is my favorite. It's $4 at Total Wine.
Yeah, there's like, and a lot of that stuff. The funny thing is too, you can actually you can look this up at Costco. They'll tell you like where it's bottled. You can figure out exactly what's in the giant bottle of vodka.
Right.
You can find out what all the different alcohols are. They're it's just whatever it's packaging. But it is important to women, and I would defend this. It's because you want a man that can take care of you, give you shelter, it doesn't mean like money. Like, I'm not talking about millionaire status. I'm talking about be able to have a nest and take care of you, and have decent values. But it's not necessarily about the money as much as, like, that's why I tell my friends who are single, and I'll walk into their place, they'll be like, oh wow, so you're doing the milk crates for shelves. That's great. If you're in college, don't do that. And I always tell them, I'm like, look, dude, like, a woman's going to walk in and judge you based on what your place looks like, and see,
yes, we do.
Can they see themselves at your place, right? Yep. It's so important. It's so important to have basic skills, because when I was single, making breakfast was like a magic trick.
Yeah.
Because oh my god, girls love that.
It's so simple, and I'm not even telling you I'm good at breakfast. I understand the science behind it, but I can do it. All I'm saying is that there are skills I think that women look for, and I would defend it, because they want to know that they're gonna be taken care of, and I would defend that. No, I don't think that's a terrible thing.
It's true. Like, if I think about like back in the day, when we're like starting to learn about fires and we're hunters and gatherers, women wanted the man who was the strongest, fastest, caught the most food. Now, bring it to today. What does that equate to? Money, a home, good food, clothes.
PS5.
Someone who's resourceful.
You can order without worrying, things like that. So, that's why when we say we equate money with status, girls love that. That's why women like that, because then they're like, I'm going to be taken care of with this man because he knows how to spend his money, or he knows how to make money.
It's a thing. And that, unfortunately,
But it's much
we can
more
argue it, but it's unfortunate to some people. I think it's kind of unfortunate that we've gone from status and money. We've gone from protection and whatever to status and money, but that's just the progression of the human race, and that's fine.
Yeah.
But that's what it is. And that's the equivalent. And so these young girls are not dumb. They are dumb, but they're not dumb. And they have latched on to guys like Chris, like Max, who younger, but he was in the military. What is the biggest thing you saw in the military, Max? Guys who married?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Young. Because the woman knows that.
Call them tag chasers. But yeah, because stability is not stability in the sense that the career is stable because they're all over the place. But
the income's stable.
It's a stable income. It's a government. You're protected in theory. You're protected as a spouse. You're protected, especially if you have kids. It's a thing. Everybody knows that about the military. That is a thing. And so a lot of these guys get married super young. They marry younger women. They do this because the girls are not dumb. It doesn't matter what country you're in. And they get married to these guys who are even a year or two older. And that's it. They pop out a couple of kids and voila. Same with the cop environment. It's all the same. And
that's why people baby trap people.
Oh,
women baby trap men.
The good old leg lock.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, did I say the quiet part out loud? Never mind. The thing about this though, and I'll just say this because you guys have just been hitting the nail on the head and totally speaking truthfully. The only thing that I would probably have to say that I am kind of like just wrestling with is that what is normalized. Like, men get shit on so much for the fact that they want a certain woman, and then the second that a woman looks at a guy for his status or whether he has ambition or not, or how high up on the scale, like is he the top 10% of other males, no one bats an eye. Everyone goes, yep, that's fine. If they're judging him solely on that, as opposed to his character, his morals, his family, his trust, like all that stuff. And so just one is normalized and the other is not. And that's where I take issue with it, which I think both should be fine. If that's what you're looking for, but one is definitely pointed out much more so than the other.
No, because, we had this whole, and I don't want to solely base it on the feminist movement, but then we have a stronger voice, which is fine. It's great. All this whole equality. But at this point, certain aspects of it is now, okay, we need to break down the man, and we need more power, and we can become power hungry. And now men don't have a voice because we need a bigger voice than they do because they've been bossing us around for decades and decades and decades. So it's like, no, equality means equals, not beating them down. So why can't they have the same standards as you do? Why is it that guys need to be fit and girls don't need to be as fit? Like, as an example, or like, why does a guy need to work and a girl doesn't need to work?
Yeah,
things like that. It's not across the board for everyone, but I think a lot of people that are more pro women over men in that extreme part, you need to just reflect and see how your words and your actions are affecting them, because you think that they have been affecting you, which that person may not have done that.
Yeah.
So why are you being that upset about all these things that men have done to you?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And this girl I pulled up here, her name is Rebecca Barrett. She just had a baby, actually. So she's on a bit of a hiatus from her YouTube channel, but you can go back and watch her videos. She was a full-blown liberal SJW, like blue hair type of status, worked in New York, corporate ladder, all of that, right? And one day, I believe she was 26, 27-ish in that area. She came to work, and she talks about this all the time. She came to work, and she said, what is the point? Why am I here? What yeah, I have my own money, which is nice, which you know, yeah, cool. Okay, I can live on my own. That's cool. I have status. That's also great. And this and the other, but she's like, there's something, she couldn't put her finger on it. She was like, there's something not right. I'm not right. I'm not happy. There's something not right. Why am I here? And why am I asking myself that question? Short version is she is now more of a, like a, what they call a trad female, a traditional female is the term trad. Traditional female. She completely did a 180. She's now more on the conservative side. She's now, as you can see from, I don't know if you guys can tell because it's kind of tiny, but her hair is now dark. It's natural color instead of that colorful blue. She went back and she just had a baby. Her and her husband got married a few years ago. They've gone through couples counseling because of her indoctrination, being raised or whatever. This is what I am seeing for me personally, for people my age, born in 87 and a little bit older. We're hitting a certain age and we're realizing that we have been brainwashed a little. I say a little, it's a lot. But we've been brainwashed a smidge. And Jordan Peterson, this is her last video, or like her last video, if you go to her channel, was a couple months ago, right before she had the baby. She actually reacts to a video of Jordan Peterson talking about how women at the age of 30 are now 50% childless. So if you take 50% of women at the age of 30, we're childless. Now I'm going to be 35 in October. So that was like, that's cool. Like I'm above Amy.
I've had conversations, extensive conversations with some of my like close friends who are around my age. We're in our 30s, and we choose because as of right now, we're still working our careers and finances, and that is a choice. But if it's not a choice, then I guess it's something that maybe, you know, something to look at. But I think it is okay to make that choice too, as long as you personally are okay with it.
Yeah. And it is, but there is a little bit, and I never thought about it before until I was kind of brought it to my attention. There is a bit of a small indoctrination, especially our generation, like yours and mine, where we hit a certain age and it's the birth control pill. We hit a certain age and it's, oh, you can do whatever you want. You can be whatever you want. You don't need no man. You don't need this. And so what happens is there, not everybody, because not everybody's the same, obviously, but there's a lot of women who they reach a certain point, usually about 25, 26. They're like, something's off and I can't place it. What is it? And it's this indoctrination that men are terrible, that men are these awful creatures, and they're realizing maybe that's not the truth.
Well, I'll just say this. I was fortunate that I had kids at a young age. I was in my early 20s. I had kids. They were accidents, but we got married. It was we were married we ended up getting divorced, but we were together for 16 years, raised 2 kids that are now functioning adults. And I will say this. Purpose is the secret to happiness in life. It's really important to have a purpose. And the purpose that you know I'm about is one, my kids and their happiness. You know, and this is why I think that
you can't have that.
That's why I think I was you know, it was cool. You know, I'm just, and I look at some of my friends who forgot to have kids and it's like, oh, you're going to be the old dad. You'll be in your 60s when your daughter is getting out of high school, you know, or going to college. Like you're going to be the kid that has the older parents. And I was fortunate. My daughter and I, we get together once a week. We go see a movie and have dinner. That's our week and hang out. My son, he's a U.S. Marine. He lives in Michigan and does what he does. Women are all over him. No, seriously. He bought a house on a lake. He's very successful. He's going to be a lifer in military. He loves it. It just fits his personality. But I see a lot of female friends of mine who reach a certain age, past a certain age, if they don't have kids, they're not in a functioning, committed relationship, you see how unhappy they are. And fortunately, my girlfriend and I, we both have adult children. It was really difficult for me when I was dating out of my marriage, like after that ended, to date women who don't have kids. I feel like there was just something they didn't understand, that as much as like you will be my top priority, my kids are always going to come first. And I understand my girlfriend, her daughter is always going to come before me, which is fine. You know, if we're on the Titanic, I'm going down. It's okay. Her and her daughter can be on the door or whatever and float. But what I'm just saying is I don't understand that people are, I don't know that parenthood is being sold the right way. It's sold as burden. It's being sold as like, you know, you can't do stuff. It's like, first of all, I loved being a young dad. It was the greatest thing ever. Playing with my kids and goofing on stuff, and everything they do is the first time they've ever done it. The first time they eat, like, you know, raspberries, it's the first taste of a raspberry. The first time they go to Disneyland, it's the first, probably not anymore Disneyland. If my kids were little now,
No, but I get what you mean.
You know, everything is the first time, and the thing is, it just gives you purpose. Here's the other thing. You hear a lot of new parents complain, like, oh, not getting a lot of sleep. Like, if you know, when we went to bed and my kids were little and we heard a sound, I'm out of the bed. I'm out of the bed. I'm there to handle stuff. Like, I didn't care. It's like, lack of sleep. I'll take a nap in the middle of the day, whatever. Okay, I got 4 hours of sleep. I didn't care. My purpose was this. Now, and here's the thing. I used to have a photographic memory before my kids were born. After my kids were born, it's like when they sequester off a certain part of the hard drive. Now my brain is like, that's how I relate to Gary, right? Like his brain, his was from drugs, mine was from my kids. Some people, the act of having children changes your brain in many ways. You become a certain part of your brain is sequestered off to only deal with being a parent, which is why it did affect my memory. But I remember, like, you know, like I wanted a son, obviously, because most guys, they want a son. I had my daughter, and when I saw her, I was the first person to hold her. She's covered in, and also, by the way, it's not pretty when kids are born. It's like in the movie Alien with Kane at breakfast.
Damn.
No, it's true. It's very
true. It's true.
Aggressive.
It's brutal process, right? And like, I was the first person to hold my daughter. I was the first. We locked eyes. It just like I was a changed person, and it became about, like, I have my mission, which is film threat, which I've done film threat since I was like 19 years old, right? Like in different forms. And that is my sort of life's work in terms of, like, I'm here to support indie filmmakers that have something different to say than fucking Hollywood. Okay. So that's my whole mission. At the same time, I have these kids. It's like, you want to leave. It's like the only way we become immortal. It's the only way, the only pathway to immortality is leaving someone behind. It is literally ingrained in our DNA to procreate. That is our job. We're wired. It's in our lizard brains. And that's how we function. So to me, how fucking old I am, you can call me the ancient one. I have found that purpose in life, if having a purpose, finding that purpose, and it's not a job working in the corporate world. It's not having a lot of stuff. I mean, I'm fortunate that I have a lot of stuff and I live a comfortable life, but even money, I have friends who have lots of money, not the happiest people in the world. They're not the happiest people, and they want to hang out with me. I'm just a regular dude, right? So I feel like you got to find that balance. And I think that it's unfortunate that this narrative has been sold to young women that you know, there's no value in motherhood or parenthood, and a lot of other narratives that I really don't agree with. Things that are happening now, it's ghoulish. Some horrific things that are happening currently in this day that I'm shocked I'm seeing happening in this country. It's shocking. And my politics have always been middle of the road. Always been middle of the road. And in the 90s, it was all about, like, the religious right, and they were like protesting music, trying to suppress music and censor things. The religious right was trying to censor things. They were protesting, like, gay funerals or whatever. And it was just like, I'm not about that. I don't like that. But boy, has the pendulum shifted into, you know, I'm against censoring speech. I'm against that. I don't care what side is doing it. And in my opinion, the extremes of both sides are fucking batshit. But damn, what a effed up weird time. And I think that this battle that's being waged with Disney right now involving parents. It's they have awakened a beast. You have no idea. I would die for my children. And I think that any good parent would say that. Anyone would say, like, okay, the bullet's coming this way. I'm stepping right in front. My child lives. I'm out. I did my job. And, you know, I was a tough dad. I was the dad that, like, my job is to make sure you can live without me here. That's my job, not your friend. Now, we're friends now. But when my kids were little, because I see so much terrible parenting. Terrible parenting.
Yeah.
California.
I talked about this earlier.
It's the worst. Where you see like a parent look at a kid and go, I don't know. What do you want to do, 6-year-old? And I'm like, you have no backbone.
I'm not your friend. I am not your friend. I am
not your friend.
kid.
We're friends now, though, as we're like adults.
Oh, well, because they're grown adults and you guided them as best as you could, and now they have to make their own decisions. You can't parent them forever.
Yeah.
And
I'll give you the one secret that I learned. And it's so easy when you hear it. I could write a pamphlet on parenting. It's very simple.
Do it.
Well, do what you say you're going to do. So if you say like I gave my kids choices within reason. Like, do you want, you know, raspberries or do you want watermelon? Do you want, like, here are the choices, chicken fingers or pizza? You know, it's kids like that stuff, whatever. But like, so they get choices and they have you know, have boundaries, right? You let them know what the boundaries are. But if I say, if you do X, the punishment is X, you always do the punishment.
Yes.
Always.
Yes.
100%. Because then they understand, like, oh, dad does what he says he's going to do. Or mom, same thing. The other thing is, if I ever got in a conflict with then I don't even like to use the term ex-wife. My previous, you know, she's just like, ex-wife is a derogatory term, but like, if we ever got in any kind of conflict, we'd always make sure to make up in front of the kids. Even if we had already made up before, we'd make up again in front of the kids to show them about conflict resolution.
I love that.
So they don't grow up with an unhealthy way of expressing love. Parent threat. It's coming, Flaccid.
No, I love this. I absolutely love
It's
this.
important. And this is
so
where
cool.
It's so important.
It's different. Yes.
It's so important to do that because you are the example, because like, this is an interesting question. If you're dating, when you get to a certain point in the dating, here's a question that you should ask a person that you're dating. If you're in the dating, how do you know that you're loved? How do you know that you feel love? How do you experience love? And you begin to find out the sort of bizarre ways people experience love. Some people experience love through material things, meaning being given things, right? It's
Love
like,
language.
expression of love to me is receiving some gift or receiving things, money, right?
Yep.
Some people experience love, if they grew up in kind of a crazy household, through being yelled at. Being yelled at, meaning like really intense arguments that involve yelling. And I realized a bad relationship I was in, it's like when it got to the point where I was so mad, and I'm cool as a cucumber most of the time, but if I get angry, I'm freaking angry. And as soon as I did that, she got what she wanted. That's how she learned how to feel loved, was violent arguments. I don't mean violent, like physical, not physical violence.
Your parents are probably that way.
Exactly. So you look at and so it's really important to consciously be aware of that when you're raising kids, and also to deprogram any sort of stuff like that's in your lizard brain that may be there, because I feel like adulthood is getting over the trauma of your childhood. That's what adulthood is.
Yep.
Yes.
And adulthood, real simple, because I've been talking way too much and I'm so sorry.
No, you're
one last thought, which is I can always tell who is an adult and who is a child by one thing. People that are children, and I mean people that are in their 20s and or 30s, that are children, have no control over their emotions. Their emotions control them. That's why Twitter is the way it is.
Oh my God.
Yes!
That's why Twitter is the way it is. And then when you're an adult, like, I can go like, well, that's an interesting thing that you just said. And I am in control of my emotions, and I will act accordingly, which is mostly just to ignore idiots.
Yeah.
Or, you know, say something like, I'm sorry you're going through this. But I really it was like several years ago, I just was like, this is not social media, unless it's for work. It's I don't know. It's corrosive, and I see how I don't think anybody under the age of 18, I don't think anybody under the age of 18 should be using social media. I think it's emotionally damaging.
In my
I
30s,
think
and I shouldn't be using it. God.
there we go. So someone says, blink once if a vodka bottle with a handle has been tossed at you. Blink twice if a wine poop was left in your bed. But like, no, look, I have very strong opinions about this because I became a parent at a young age. I was in my, early 20s, became a parent. Like, that was weird, but like, I'm like, I want to be the good dad, because I saw my parents go through a divorce. It wasn't great. And I said, I'm not going to do that to my kids. I'm going to be the involved dad. So it was very important for me, but I see a lot of people now, I see so much unhappiness with, when I say young people, I mean 20s and 30s, like, that haven't found purpose. I think a lot of the media out there now, the rhetoric is so depressing. The world is going to end in 100 years. What's the point? If I have a baby, it's just going to use up resources. Fuck all that shit. Fuck that thinking.
Yep.
Fuck that shit. Find
Amen,
someone that's
dude.
on the same page with you, that shares your values. You're going to have problems because that's normal. And conflict resolution is more important than problems. There are like red flags, and there are like sort of like, yeah, that's not like, there's deal breakers. And I feel like you find out what they are through dating. And it was weird for me to date. When I first started dating out of my marriage, I literally had no idea how to actually date. And by that, I mean my impression of dating, because think about it, the last time I was dating was in the 80s. So
Which was like legit dating. You went on dates and you courted and you called each other.
Yes, call someone, and then I would like drive to their house. This is my impression. Then you go and you take them out, and there's awkward talking. Then you walk them up to the door, and you think maybe there's a kiss or not. Like, literally, I'm thinking like this is 1950s, right? So then I start dating out of like, my marriage ending, and I'm dating basically women who have been watching double penetration porn since they were 12. And not to be graphic. So then I'm hearing like, and then like, women that like, oh, I want, they want to be like choked. I'm like, that's a thing. Like, and so there's just all this like, oh, wow. Like, those were like, not for me. Right. So it's like, we're moving on. But like, it was just weird to sort of come out of that and then just see that like, wow, the dating scene is like almost like calling would be considered like, oh, that's not, don't call me.
It's
like,
taboo.
Yeah.
Like,
So
oh my God, you're too much.
No, I look, and I'm so happy. I've been with my girlfriend for 6 years now. Things are just, she's awesome. We're going to Hawaii.
Let me ask you this, Chris. Let me ask you this.
Yes.
Let me ask you this in a weird kind of off the wall way, because I got some. The woman you're with now, that you've been with for a while.
Yes.
Was she into any of this pornography stuff?
Yeah, I think in a healthy way. I think there's a healthy way to be into adult stuff. And I'll tell you
She's
how.
Not watching the guy going, you're a bad bee, you're my slave,
No,
right? She's watching the good stuff.
Yeah, I think there's a way to experience it, because it can open a conversation if you watch it together. So yeah, I think that there's healthy. But the world is different. I'm just like, all I can say is this. I'm just so happy I'm like not, the apps and not
the
dating.
Tinders,
I look at my single friends and I'm like, this is how I feel. I wouldn't wish being single in LA on Hitler.
Oh wow.
That's how
it's so bad. Look,
so bad.
You're lucky and you're lucky. You have no idea.
Yeah. And men don't know how to be men now.
No idea. And Exegirl probably has way more idea than like Chris would, for instance. But you have no idea. It's
like it's finding a needle in a haystack is the best expression I can think of dating on Tinder.
Well, I tried those apps for a weird time, but then I saw this thing and I asked my friend, I'm like, hey, so this girl's like, hey, we can go out, but she needs 120 roses. What's that?
No.
Look. And then I realized it's like, oh, they're charging money. They're not they're not talking about roses. Like it was weird. So I noticed that there were a healthy amount of prostitutes on Tinder. And I'm like, yeah, I don't want, no, thank you. No, thank you.
Well,
And
here's the thing too.
also, I wasn't looking for a hookup. I was looking for a relationship.
Yes.
Right?
So here's the thing too, though. Here's the thing too. So we have gone so long, and you could, whatever number you want to put on it, 10, 20, 30, 15, whatever, however many years, have been focused on women. You can do your own career. Focus on your career. Men suck. Focus on your career, then worry about getting married. Focus on your career, and you can freeze your eggs. Right? All these steps, right? Birth control, whatever. You can sleep with whoever you want, blah, blah, blah. There are these been steps, however many years. Some people say 10, some people say 15, some people say longer than that. Whatever. So now you have all these people online who have high standards, which is commendable. Absolutely. Have high standards. However, they now have high standards in almost the completely wrong way. Like, yes, you want a man who's stable. Yes, you want a man who can pay the bills should you get pregnant or fall at work and injure yourself or whatever, right? And vice versa. Yes, you want to have those, but there are girls out there who have lost their way, women who have lost their way naturally, biologically, dare I say, religiously, who have lost their way in a certain spectrum that now they're overcompensating. So now they only want the good. If you have money, you better buy me a boat. But if you have money, you better take me to Greece. You know what I mean? So there's like this overcompensation, not for everybody, but for a lot, mostly younger girls in my experience. So like what you were seeing on Tinder is that overcompensation, right? That's what that is. And I'm not excusing it, but that's what we've lost our way as a society as a whole. And I feel like it's on both the men and the women. This isn't just on the women's side, but on both ends of the gender spectrum. I say both on purpose, of the ends of the gender spectrum. We've lost our way. Whether it's the right way or the wrong way, I don't know. I have recently personally discovered God. So that way is the way I'm coming from. But somebody who doesn't believe or maybe is a little bit more hesitant might have a different perspective. But for me, we've lost our way. We sleep who we want to sleep with. We get in bed who we want to get in bed with. And sure, that's fine. But women love with our body parts. And Expert Girl and I have talked about this. You men can compartmentalize, right? You're designed
a superpower.
Compartmentalize. You are. You're designed that way. You can sleep with 50 women and not care about any of them. Or you can sleep with 50 women and only care about one of them. But the point is that you can compartmentalize. Whereas us women, that's very intimate. That's very close for us. And so there's a difference. And I think this whole idea of, and this is recent for me because I've done this, birth control, all this stuff from the age of 13, 14, 15, however old you were. It's an indoctrination to not be what you're traditionally supposed to be. And not everybody is like this. I'm not saying everybody is. But we're not everybody is like that. But there's a science to it, and there's a manipulation to it. And there's a loss. There's a loss. And not just on the women, but on the men. There's a loss on the men. The men have lost their way.
Men aren't allowed to be men. And men are hardly men now, or even like what that is. And that's because of so many fatherless homes. Like that's just like right.
Yes.
There's a video I put in the private chat that maybe for your next episode. Hey, Culture. How's it going, man?
Culture. I wanted to make sure I saw you.
No, there's a bunch I'm going to get to. Okay, I promise. But
we see you all.
The video.
We see you.
I just want to say a thing on this video that I posted in there. It's a woman named Amy Webb. I really love her. Actually, she's like a futurist, and so I follow her on social media. She does talks at South by Southwest every year. She's awesome. She does these reports on the future. She's amazing. But she did this thing and like how she found her husband, and they ended up getting married and having a kid. She did a TED talk about how she hacked online dating. And it's the most, I send it to every friend of mine who's single. And I say, watch this TED talk. And it's how she came up with all these data points and parameters. She talked about why online dating, like the apps, don't work because they ask for superficial dating data points. For example, if I put in like my, profile on my dating app that I love the Smashing Pumpkins, and you don't like the Smashing Pumpkins, you might eliminate me as a prospect because you don't like a stupid band that I like. It's nice to have some connecting data points, but you're always going to have interests that you don't have in common. And that's actually good because that's how you learn, right? Yeah. So this, she goes through the TED talk. It almost might be good if you guys watched it and did a reaction video, because I'd love to see you do a reaction video where you pause it or whatever. It is one of the best TED talks ever about modern romance. And it's amazing. So maybe for your next episode or whatever, do like because this really diverted. We were talking about 90 Day Fiance. Well, really went off
but like it's all about modern day dating, and I think that's kind of like the nice thing about that. And it is, because like the thing is, women and men, we don't have accountability. We're have too high of standards, and we don't reflect based on the stuff that we've dated. Because the thing is, when you date, you're supposed to date and curate what you like and what you don't like, and eventually get to someone who might not be perfect but fits most of the points, and you work well together. And I think that's part of the big reason, oh my God, they don't like going to a bar. Okay, gone. They don't like this food. Gone. They don't have a job that makes $30 an hour. Gone. And it's like, is that what really matters? Because they will eventually make more money, or they might like your music. Like, it's just all these little things that that's not what you should be concentrating. You should be concentrating on personality, how you conflict resolution, how, religion, kids, all that stuff, that the bigger picture. And a lot of people don't look at that. They're think, okay, well, I can change them. Or one thing, and that's like, oh my God, can't date that person. That's disgusting.
Yeah. I think it's just the apps have just made it too easy and set the standards incredibly high. Look, a lot of my male friends who are single, they won't date American women. They date women who are not from this country, because I feel that because their cultures are less infected by wokeness, I hate to say this, they know how to treat a man.
Yep.
They know how to treat a man. Like look at Jasmine and Gino. Look at Jasmine and Gino. They got a lot of conflict, but at the end of the day, the two of them are really into each other. They really do care about each other. They've got like sort of some weird thing where they fight, but that's also part of their love language, like getting into fights. I'm going to guess that Jasmine, when she was younger, fought with her mom a lot, and that's how she knew her mom loved her. Right?
Y'all are gonna see me on the next 90 Day Fiance. I'm getting out of here.
Dude, you got to do it.
Heck yeah!
I'm gonna find myself a Jasmine. And no, I'm kidding.
It's shocking the number of friends of mine that are like, I can't date American women. American women have been sold this bill of goods that where they want to be a Disney princess. You got to pull up in the limo. You have to see the potential. I mean, I have to give my ex-wife credit that, I wasn't who I was today. Then I became very successful due in no small part to her contribution of supporting me. And she saw the potential of who I could be. She meets this kid in his 20s, and we, fall for each other and move to California together from Michigan. And she ends up getting pregnant, and we start together and we get married. And so, yeah, she saw the potential of who I could be. And I think that that's kind of a thing to look for is what's this? You got to here, I'll explain. You got to look at a man like a stock portfolio, and the stock portfolio, it's going to go up. You're going to have some dips. You just sort of get in there and you just see the potential. I mean, just look at that photo of Jeff Bezos from like the 90s where he looks like a schlub in the worst. I know you can find it. Jeff Bezos, owns Amazon, billionaire, probably first or second richest person in the world. There's a very famous photo of him that is so funny. He has like an image writer. It's like a printer. It's just like the worst. It's like it was so 90s. And he looks like a kind of a loser, but potential, right? And I think it's important to see potential. You want to see the best version and have that person also bring out the best version of yourself, if that makes sense.
Yes.
So
yes.
Yeah, like that's
Totally
important. And also, this is another really weird thing I'll point out. Another weird thing is it's easy to have fun going to Vegas. Everyone has fun going to Vegas. It's easy to have fun going to Universal Studios or Disneyland or whatever. Here's a mark, and this is why I know my girlfriend and I are like together and not, we're probably going to end up, she might be watching this, so I got to be careful what I say.
Hi!
She might be watching this. She watched the last one I was on. But here's the important thing. It's easy to have fun doing fun things. Can you have fun doing mundane things?
Yeah.
Like, okay. Can you have fun going to Target and grocery shopping? Can you have fun like cleaning the garage? We have so much fun like cleaning and doing like dumb chores, or like we're always like laughing and goofing on each other. And she has like a very like, we both have kind of like a childlike sense of humor. Like, and both of us, like we goof on ourselves constantly, and so we have so much fun, like not like doing the most mundane stuff. And so that's an important thing. Like, and you got to look at that. If it's stressful to go shopping, if it's stressful to like talk about like, or to do like household chores, you're going to have to clean the toilet. You're going to have to clean the bathtub and wash the floors and do stuff. We divide that stuff up. There are things she's better at than I am and vice versa, whatever, and we divide it up. She's a much better cook. Like it's, right off the bat. But like, that's important. That's a thing to look for. It's a really weird thing. Like, but I realized that it's like, oh, like, cause my ex-wife and I, it's just like everything stressed her out. And I was just like, I'm a guy that I'd like to joke a lot. I like to print out emails and mail them to my friends. I like to play like dumb jokes, like the joke we're going to play in Vegas. Where is that thing? Well, we are so playing that joke. Wait, okay. I'm gonna.
While you're queuing that up, I'm gonna go through a few.
Okay, yes. Sorry.
Cappy with 20 BGNs. There, money, so I don't get nagged to click the like. Thank you. Culture Casino for $4.99. Chicks go for dudes like me. Well, and MVP.
No, but culture has a point.
What's the point?
I mean, the point.
There you go.
Okay, wait. I realize that some of you might not know Culture Casino. Culture Casino is from what I have met of him, and I wouldn't say he's like super rich, but he's well off. He's got a confidence about him. He's got an air about him. Like he's got money. He could very easily, if he was not married and he wasn't so loyal to his wife, I guess is a key word. He could very easily be a sugar daddy with a bow. Like that kind of that. And he's right.
He's our Grizzly Adams.
Like he's that kind of guy. Like not personality wise, but status wise. That's his status. And he could get any girl if he wanted to. He really could. He really could, just because of his status. Like that's what he means.
All right, here we're listening to this just for a second.
Hello, this is a collect call from Las Vegas Police Department. Ryan Kinnell is waiting to speak to you from jail. Please press 1 to accept the charges.
Wait, from CCDC.
CCDC? What's that?
Yeah. Clark County Detention Center. That's our jail here.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we're curating this.
No, if you're going to make it the Las Vegas Metro will work, or the Las Vegas Police will work.
Yeah.
But
all right, we are so pulling this. It's going to be like a heist that we are going to create chaos. And for a little bit, we're going to let people think that maybe Ryan is in jail. And just sort of let that spread. Oh my God. Maybe Ryan should just be in on it.
We will have to pull him in on this because he has to disappear too.
He has to disappear for like 20 minutes. Oh my God, that'd be so freaking hilarious.
Eric came for $5. Max works for Control. He is really Agent 69. This is his cover. Who's Agent 69?
Agent 69?
Oh wait, is that like an innuendo or am I totally missing this? Like I actually have no idea.
Calm down.
Culture Casino again for $9.99. The boss and I have been together for over 30 years. She got a hot dude that could design and build her home. She wanted more. It became a partnership, worked out pretty well. Ups and downs are short.
That's a really great comment from Culture, because the one thing I knew, and because, you know, I don't look at my marriage as a failure. Like, we were together 16 years. That's 100 years in California years. But also, like, we have 2 great children together. But the one thing I always knew is it's like a roller coaster, right? It's like, it's up, it's up, it's up, it's up, it's down, it's down, it's down, but it's going to come back up. And, you know, like, you have to just kind of roll with it when it's good. And then, you know, when it's not good, you just, you know, you stick with it. So there you go.
Yeah.
Ups and downs are short. Very
30 years, Culture.
And I've said this a lot about relationships. You can always have good times with so many different types of people, but it's about working out those bad times.
Yep. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And again, Culture Casino for $4.99. Oh, hi, Chris. Not sure the DP comments are YouTube friendly, but it resonated. LOL.
No, it's weird.
I appreciated it. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's a whole other discussion. I did not. I feel like I derailed your show.
No, it's you know, we usually do this a lot.
Okay.
It happens. I'm gonna hit one more. J.S. Schwalbach again for $24.79. Max, I love these girls, but when I watch, I was the only one in the room who had jock itch. I only tap into support, then leave. Might stick around tonight. Great seeing you and Chris on your live show in Vegas. Let's make it happen. Hail F&T.
Oh man, that would be fun. If you both come, we should, and we'll get poor Matt.
It'll be fun.
I always feel like I'm you know, because you guys have such a loyal audience here. I always, like, whenever I come on, I'm like, man, am I are some guys coming on being like, oh, why the hell's Max here? Get him off the show. We want to see X-Ray and Tugs. Come on. But
it's good to have the balance. But I like the
I will throw a fork at you. Don't ever. How dare you?
But there are other streams, like the Chrissy Mayer does that Simpcast thing, which is fun.
I love it so much.
Yeah.
Oh,
no, that's fun. And like, you know, I don't know. It's fun to just, you know, get different perspectives. That's
absolutely.
It really is.
And speaking of which, Chris, like, yeah, you didn't derail at all. I mean, and even if we did, it was such a great conversation of what you had to say. I want to clip that and just have it as its own YouTube video for the film threat and just say parenting in 2022, or, you know, like something that, because it was just so well done, or dating in 20, you know, because it was I think it resonated with a lot of people. So I appreciate you speaking on that kind of stuff.
I am literally the person that all my friends, both male and female, come to for advice. Because also when my friends come to me for advice, I usually, here's the thing, and this is especially true with women. Get ready for this to be insulting. I'm going to Canel territory.
Oh, yes, I'm ready.
Women don't ever want advice. They just want validation. When my female friends come to me and I'm like, that guy's an asshole, drop him. Or it's like, I'll just be very direct and tell them what they need to do. It's just like, oh, you were the asshole in that situation. You could fix it, but do you want to fix it? So I'm so direct that it's like, it's refreshing, because they never get that from their other friends.
Here's the thing. It's not directness. It's not. What it is problem solving.
Yeah,
women, we vent, we cry, we whine, and we say, injustice A, injustice B. I do this. Injustice A, injustice B, injustice whatever, blah, blah, blah. You guys have a very logical brain. Whether it's the right logic, the wrong, that's, you know, Einstein could use that. I don't know. The point is that you guys are very logical. So we come to you with a problem and we're like, oh my God. CC at work is like a raging bee. All she does is like talk about me and like I can't even deal with it. Blah, 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 blah. And your suggestion is one of two things. One, quit your job. Two, tell her she's a bee. Maybe she'll change. And we look at you and go, huh? because we don't think that way. We just don't. We don't think that way. Are there some women out there who do? Sure, fine. But for the majority of us, we don't think that way. We want to vent and we want to whine and complain and just
just want to be heard.
Yes,
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
So what I have learned in my later years dealing even with my guy friends is I want you to I need to vent. Just listen. I don't need advice. I just want you to listen. I just want to rant for a good 20 minutes. And they're like, cool, right, with their beer. And I'll and they're fine. But if I don't tell them that, they do the logical thing, which is,
Help.
So leave. Why are you whining? What is the big deal? I don't understand why you're upset.
But do you ever when you're talking to some of these male friends, like for like an hour, does it piss you off when you notice they've had their AirPods in their ear? Like, does that, like, when that happens, like, does that piss you off? Or
that has never happened to me personally, but yeah, I've heard about it. Yeah.
Oh no.
The thing is, though, but here's the thing. Once again, I bring back men can compartmentalize. Is that the right? Yeah, compartmentalize. So you may be which we do. I'm not saying we don't, but we do. We women, we ramble. We do. Like doing it right now. You guys are listening. You might be only listening here, and you're picking out keywords, right? Are they the right keywords? We're gonna find out in 5 minutes. But you're picking out words, and so that's what you guys do. You compartmentalize. You process things completely different, and that is where problem comes in, especially modern times, modernly, whatever the word you want to use is that we vent and rant, and the guy looks at us and goes, like we're stupid, which we're not, but we are, because duh. And they go, well, why don't you just do this? And we get mad because all we wanted to do was vent. In my suggestion, ladies, if there's any ladies in the chat, for the love of God, or effeminate men, I hear you. I see you. I want to vent. Listen. And the guy will go, okay. Whether he listens to the whole thing or not doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. You are venting what you need to vent. You're venting your emotions. You're processing them. You're going, I can't even believe this happened, but maybe this happened because of this, or maybe this, blah, 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 blah. And 30 minutes later, you get to a conclusion. But the point is that the man you're with heard you or pretended to hear you. And they sat there and went, yeah, babe, totally understand, completely get it. But they can't do that if you don't tell them, because they're logical thinkers, they're solvers, they're math people. Men are better at math than women. That's facts.
Not me.
Except for
I think one of the best things
right, because they're logical thinkers.
But I think I'm pretty logical too, though.
She really is. So she's my man friend. I go to with the hair. But yeah, it's that logical thinking, right? So you can't go to a man with a soap opera Days of Our Lives sob story and expect them not to look at you like, that is the dumbest crap I've ever heard. Why don't you just do ABC?
Right. Well, I'll listen to that stuff. I mean, my girlfriend has she'll have work issues, and I listen. They're actually, a lot of the stories are really funny. They're actually really funny stories. Because she's a teacher, so but she's also a private person. So I don't like to go into too much detail. Even when I post pictures of us on Instagram, which I don't post that much. I have to get the approval. Wait, let's see. And here's.
I'm sorry. I'm just
you're right. Yeah, no, it's true. Yeah, you kind of have to know they're in that zone.
Listen, we ramble, but at the very
okay, so the thing that you should tell a person, and I know Tugs probably hears this from me a lot. How do you feel about that?
Oh my God.
Sorry. But
I don't really know how I feel about that.
But really,
leave me alone.
But that helps process for people when you say, how do you feel about that? I'm being a therapist here.
And where did you learn that from?
Therapy.
Well, that too, but also the men in your life, because that's how men process. Well, but why do you feel that way? I don't understand why you're mad. and we get mad because they don't understand why we're upset. You know what I mean? But we're upset for some stupid honestly, 99% of the time, it's dumb. It's dumb. 99% of the time, it's a stupid reason. And we get worked up.
I have to say, Epic Mike, you taking off, Max? You gotta say hi to Epic Mike. I watch you on Tuesday night's main event. There you go.
All right, Max, plug your stuff in.
Sorry, Max.
Yeah, no, that's okay. I'll just say real quick before I go. The best thing I ever did in any of my relationships, and I'm not perfect at all, but I'm just saying one of the best things I did that I was able to glean a lot of information from my, girlfriend or whoever I was dating at the time is I loved getting to listen to her. But then if there was something that was an issue, I would be able to respond with, sometimes the best thing to say is just, I'm sorry, that sucks. And I'm so sorry to hear that. And I'm here to listen. That is the most important thing that you can do, at least in my opinion, is just to say, yes, that sucks. And I'm so sorry. I don't know if
it's true.
Because like you guys said, I'll probably want to try and fix it. But sometimes that, you don't need to fix it right then and there. So for me, I always just really loved being the person to say those two simple things: that sucks and I'm sorry, because a lot of the times that is really what is kind of going on. But that's just me. So
that's great. There's the three hardest things.
Max is so wise, you guys.
I just want to say the three hardest things to say: I love you, I'm sorry, I need help.
I need help.
Yes.
Three hardest things to say.
Well, because it's vulnerability.
Exactly. And secondly, I'll say this: a wife and or a girlfriend is like a podcast where you can't unsubscribe. That's
we always need help. We need all of it. We love you. We need help.
Yeah.
But on that, I'll take off. Yeah. So I'm sorry to butt in, but I am extremely thankful for being here tonight. We had some great conversations, and we got to talk about one of the most addicting and frustrating shows that I have watched this year.
I love that show. It's great.
Fiance.
It spurs my girlfriend and I will talk about like this couple and that, and this person, and also we laugh about it so much.
Such a great conversation.
It's such a
really
that show.
is.
Yeah, but
so it's a lot of fun to talk with you guys about it. So always a pleasure, Chris. I know that it's funny because I think I've seen you more in person than I've seen you. Like, I don't think we've done a stream together, but we've hung out together twice.
And then at the meetup, the Spider-Man meetup.
So so it's great to see you again, brother. And then these two lovely ladies, I see them all the time. I talk to them very frequently.
So annoyed with us. It's fun.
Whether it's here, whether it's on Twitch, me sending 5,000 channel points to hear them talk.
Yes,
But yes, thank you very much, Max, for coming. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, my pleasure. And have a great rest of the night, guys. And I will look forward to seeing y'all soon on the next stream.
Yes.
Yeah, boy.
Bye, guys.
Right. See ya. Can I say a quick? Eric K said, "I need help is the one I can never do, even when I should." Eric, there's a guy who works for me who is brilliantly talented editor, and I keep telling him all the time. I said, "Dude, I have to actually tell him, like, dude, you have to ask for help when you need help. You can't just go and solve the problem alone without any support." And so those to me are like the best people that work for me, are the ones where it's like, like I have to remind them, like, dude, ask for help. And it's hard for some people to do because you kind of have to check your ego a little bit. Like, I can do it without any help. And it's like, no, I need help. So exactly. I'm really curious, like, when you guys watch this Amy Webb video that I put in the private,
I can't wait to watch it now.
I really want to see your reaction to it, because it's also one of the biggest TED Talks ever. And she did it at like it was sort of low budget, where she's sort of like standing and it's not like a big thing with, you see the stadiums and they have the music, and it's sort of this like, but what she talks about is so incredible. You'll probably want to follow her too, she's really, really smart and inspiring. So I should probably take off. Too.
No, I was about to say I need to too. So let's just wrap it up.
Let's wrap it up.
Chris, anything you want to plug?
I'm Chris Gore. You can find me at that Chris Gore on everything, or Film Threat, which is my movie website, YouTube channel. Film Threat. Just look up Film Threat. We're doing a live stream on Friday at 9 a.m. Now, why do I do my live streams at 9 a.m. on Fridays? So I can watch FNT later. This is literally, I'm not joking. I literally do my stream in the morning so that in the afternoon I can watch FNT, and then I do like I clean my place. I do like mundane work while FNT is on. I never miss it. So
I'm hiring you for my house. Thank you.
Well, there you go. Yeah, I like to do. I'm very good at organizing. It's like a superpower of mine. So there you go. But yeah. So watch on Friday. We're gonna have Robert Eggers from The Northman on. He's the director of The Northman. So check that out.
Stop it!
I need to
on
watch that
Friday,
movie.
on Friday Night Tights or on yours channel?
On the Film Threat YouTube channel. On Film Threat, yeah. So I'm trying to bring on and two other filmmakers too. I'm trying to build a community that's not just interested in film, but interested in like making their own movies. So I'm trying to bring on filmmakers to kind of show you like, well, here's how this works. Here's how it's done. So
oh my God, you have look.
It'll be fun.
Hold on, wait. If you could,
yeah,
in a more classy way, because I've had some wine. Tell the filmmakers of Northman.
Yes.
The appreciation, I mean, I personally, but I'm sure there's others, have for the fact that they were willing, whatever the reviews, whatever happens with it, to go out on a limb and accurately, at least from what I can tell from the trailers, because obviously I haven't seen the movie yet, represent Northmen, Vikings, all of that. Like, we need more of that. So please.
Well, it's interesting. One, I'm seen the movie.
So freaking happy. I can't wait.
Like full nude men fighting with swords,
Northmen,
you might get that. The second thing is, what I find is really weird is that, like, Alexander Skarsgård,
I love him.
He played this character in True Blood, Eric Northman.
Yes,
and he's in a movie called Northman.
Yes,
Northman.
That's
like,
but now we can be full Viking with it, which I love because I love Vikings, like the show Vikings. It's one of the most accurate representation of Vikings as a whole. Like that culture, however you want to call them, Norse, whatever.
There's only white people in this movie, so there's not a lot of representation.
Oh well.
I don't see myself in that movie if there's no Asians in North.
It's almost as if there were only white people that lived in that area of the world at the time.
Yeah, Hollywood's got to get over itself. This whole like forced diversity thing is stupid and it's bullshit. So like my girlfriend all the time, she watches these Chinese dramas in Chinese with like subtitles, and they're unbelievable. They're like Game of Thrones, but like epic and nobody's. Yeah, like I'll have to get you a list.
I can't.
Is it like Korean dramas? Because that's addictive.
What's that?
Korean dramas.
Well, yeah, they're great. They're great. Although
love and gratitude for him making this movie, because I know without knowing.
He's a producer on. You know that he's been trying to make this movie for a decade.
I'm sure that
Alexander Skarsgård.
Zero. Honestly, it doesn't surprise me. Even with the success of Vikings, that does not surprise me. Because God forbid, we portray these characters as they were. I love the Pirates of the Caribbean movies, I really do, but the first one will always stand out to me because it's the most accurate in a PG way of representing what pirates were like in Port Royal at that moment in time. The rest of the movies are garbage as far as representation, are garbage. Pirates were not good people. They did terrible things. They sold women. They raped. They pillaged. They did all these things.
Well, wait, where was the port that you mentioned again?
Port Royal, Caribbean.
I feel like that's where the R2 movement started.
Yeah.
Trying to think, like, how can I make a joke about something horrible without saying it out loud?
So I am
She's good at
Forget
that.
I said that. With that,
directors, producers, actors, all of it for the Northmen. I can already tell this is gonna ruffle some feathers, and I'm here for it. And I am so grateful because in an age of Thor, Love, and Thunder, we need the Northmen and we need Vikings. Like that's the bottom line. That's the bottom line. Because Thor, Love, and Thunder is an accurate representation of what Norse gods are.
I don't know what that movie's going to be. That trailer was kind of weird and all over the place, and I don't know what to think. And my interest in Marvel, maybe it just needs to, like Star Wars. I think George Lucas is really smart. Like Star Wars goes away for a little bit and then comes back, and everyone can't wait. Like, so I don't know. Maybe Marvel needs to do the same. Maybe constantly making shows constantly, and Disney Plus is
No,
not
because
going
we
to work.
don't miss it, right?
You don't
We
miss it. You
at
want to
all.
miss it.
No.
Yeah. Culture Casino for 199 says, I can solve the problem, but I know better. LOL.
First of all,
Right.
you're
What is
right.
it?
Whatever
You
it
know
is
what?
thinking about is
I
right.
don't know.
Culture's right.
He is very
But,
right.
yeah.
I hope not.
So Tugs,
No,
anything
that
you want
doesn't
to
happen. I can
plug?
confirm doesn't happen. But
Thank
it's very brutal. It's not like, and bless you. It's not I don't want to say anything. You've seen the trailer, just go see it. I just wonder how it's going to appeal to mainstream audiences because it's a $90 million Viking movie.
I just tell you right now, it won't, because the toxic masculinity. It won't.
No, I actually think it could do well.
I
Because
hope so.
I think that all those ideas are less popular than people think. Meaning the people espousing these ideas, they're just not as popular as one would think that reads Twitter all the time. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yep.
Yes. Well, the thing is, Twitter is not the majority of the population, right? So you have to remember that normal people like myself, who I would consider a normie, they don't look at things like that.
Yeah, they don't. No, it's just like, I mean, we could go on and on. I have been doing streams since 3 this afternoon. It's 10 p.m.
You need to go to bed.
This is
I need to
longer
go to bed
than
soon.
FNT. But
Very similar to
yeah, I'm down for Vegas. When you guys decide about like where the hotel, if there's a specific hotel that most people will be staying at, will you let me know?
Yes.
Okay.
Definitely.
All right, good. I want to feel included and represented at the
and we're gonna do lots of live streams, so kind of like last time, a lot of walking around and stuff like that. So yeah, good things.
Oh my god. Okay, wait. That thing that we talked about doing, that has to happen during a live stream.
Oh boy.
Sure.
And Epic Mike has to be quiet. He doesn't know what we're talking about. Just you didn't hear anything.
Epic Mike, we talk later.
Yeah. No, Epic Mike. Disney is very quantity or quality right now. Disney is like the Costco of content. It's like, when you get the Kirkland brand stuff from Costco, it's like Kirkland, the sign of quantity. It's just too much. All right, I'm ready to bail when you are.
Okay, I am ready to go to bed. It's 1 a.m. over here. Tugs, anything you want to plug?
I'll be out of town this weekend, so no Saturday stream for me. And maybe a Sunday stream, but late. I don't know.
We'll figure it out.
YOLO!
Hi, Disparu. What's up?
Disparu! Keep on.
Yes. So I guess I might go live Saturday. Next week I am going on vacation, so
you're on partner status. You need to go live.
And I just partnered, yes, on Twitch. So follow me there. Follow me on YouTube.
Yeah.
More things to come after my vacation in terms of reviewing fun TV shows. So I'm excited about that. Watching them for the first time because I haven't watched most things, as you guys know.
Please tell me to do Firefly first.
I'm gonna do Firefly first. It's shorter.
Yes! You want me to watch it with you on behind the scenes in case you have questions?
Maybe. So we're gonna plan. I'm gonna plan that, and then we'll see what happens. And thank you, Chris, again for joining us. That was really fun.
Thank you.
It was really fun, and thanks MVP as well Follow them. Links are
We
down
love
here.
the MVP ness.
Thanks, Epic Mike. Nice.
The MVP ness.
Yes.
Cool.
All right. Hope you guys have a very good evening. Thank you for joining. Everyone who's stopped by, subscribe, like all those good things to all of us. And yeah, have a very good night.